Woo. Okay, so let's roll for a recap.
But that's
Okay, closest to 20.
Oh my god.
16.
Ain't me.
16?
I got 13.
2.
13. 2, and George?
I was very not with it last
Yeah.
session, so I
We can... Okay, I will allow
can I beg.
I will show mercy.
You should roll for
Uh,
fun just to see where you would have gotten.
Yeah, roll for fun.
I'll roll anyway.
Just to see if you get the net 20
Thomas,
match.
wait, didn't you want to do it this week?
14.
I did it
Yeah,
last
Thomas,
week.
do you want to do it this week?
No, I have anxiety
Thomas,
now. I don't want to
you
do it
said
again.
you wanted-
No, I can't do it every week.
No, but you specifically called it for this week, so I don't know why I even rolled. There you go. It's your go.
Did you do it last week, Thomas?
I did. You guys pressured me into it. I don't want to do it again.
Yeah, but you also said you wanted to do it this week, so you get both.
I don't want to get both.
A double whammy.
If I roll and win it, that's okay. I don't want to get it twice.
Okay.
Okay, well then it's Lily.
Wait, how can I... What's happened to my iPad? Go away. No. Oh no, I don't know what to do.
The fuck are you doing
You okay?
in here? It's a mozzie.
Alright,
Sorry.
get rid of this one. Go away.
No,
my
Yours,
iPad's like
I
done
think.
a weird split screen. I don't know what's happened. How do I
Oh,
do it?
okay. What you do is you take the middle bar where it can like adjust the split screen, and you slide it off to the side. Because I started doing that. You're welcome. I started using that to put up my art references instead of having them on the actual canvas, so that my
don't like
my speed paints look
Speed,
better.
yeah, that's so annoying. I have to cut parts of my speed paint because I have references literally like surrounding the picture for the entire thing, and I'm just like,
Wait, if I
that
can,
looks shit.
yeah. Where is it? Like this one, I did it because I was like, I want to try and maybe post this somewhere, and now it's just like you can. It's just you don't have anything except those like ones I used for at the very beginning, and then yay, it's a good time.
That's really cool.
What number was last? This is the wrong DC summary.
That's the wrong summary.
Wait. What session are we up to?
Today's 84.
80.
Today was 84.
Yeah.
80.
I think.
I thought it was
Yeah.
80. Oh gosh.
Yeah, but I think that's because on Emma's notes it's probably about 80, but because we had a couple of very chaotic sessions, so we didn't get
Yeah.
any of the notes.
I'm not even so the reason why I sent that message not letting you guys take the reins is because I've had notes planned for various things you could do for about a month, and we've not gotten to any of them. So I'm just like, okay, you guys just I don't want to pressure you, I don't want to rush you. You guys take
Snowball
whatever time
fight
you need to do it.
round 2.
Oh,
Maybe you
but
should pressure us.
we did say truth or dare. We did say truth or dare,
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, we did have a.
Oh,
which I'm
God.
very interested in.
Dude, I was a wuss at that game. I always picked truth.
I always picked dare.
Yeah, I
That's
like
always
that.
Yeah.
I like dare as well, but I just wanted to prove myself to all my cool friends.
Yeah, that was me. I'm like, I could do the dares. It's fine.
I'm cool.
I'm cool.
I promise. And you know the best way to convince people that you're cool is to be like, I'm cool.
Yeah, and then just do weird shit, and you're like, yeah, this was definitely the right move.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Session 83. I haven't read these notes, I'm sorry, but I'm sure they're amazing. So we all come to the chronological room where Loran is currently weaving his magic, trying to locate Krill's bodies. Corvius is also there, and he's a bit annoyed that Loran is now the primary and he is the assister, which is a bit of a switch on their dynamic. We kind of just oh no! I skipped in the document. How do I get back?
You're okay.
Sorry. I'm at the bottom now. This is a very long document. Okay, here we go. So we all kind of catch up. Nefta's ascending to Osha. Seems to be a little bit stressed about us not going to a shizzle. So Celia does that for her. We make a sanctum outside to have a little chat, and also we want to kind of get a bit on board with what's going on in Eldrelith. Loran is occupied, but Brian uses one of the sanctum discs to allow that to happen. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to summarize these notes because this happened yesterday where I just could not read this fast. you know what? I'm just going to go off the top of my head. So basically, Brian is like, I can do a scry on Elijah and see what's happening, see if I can get a ping off of him. We consider going to Eldralith, but we're like, we want to know what Elijah is. We want everyone to be able to go to Eldralith because Brian is refusing to leave Loran, and I think Leah also wants to stay. Because last time Corvius used the Chronologica, he got a bit sick, and we're like, we have to protect Loran. He's on a kill list. He might get sick. Protect the baby. So Brian steps outside the sanctum to do a scrying, and he actually gets it, and he manages to see Elijah. The really detailed notes are, of course, in Aylin's massive note document. But basically, Elijah is in Eldralith. He is in his lab, and he's kind of pacing around. He seems to know Brian is there. In fact, it's almost certain he knows Brian is there. And Brian sees a couple of strange things, including some lights, which I believe were orange, green, and gold, I think. And they're kind of just floating around. He also sees the tome, which isn't open. Elijah picks up a book at one point, which has 3 spheres kind of etched into it, and he doesn't open it, but we kind of infer that that might be something to do with Slea's deities. Don't know. Brian pops out of the scrying and reveals that he knows where Elijah is, and the bad news is that it's an Eldralith in his lab. Brian tries to scry on Karul immediately after. It doesn't catch. So basically Brian's like, okay, I think that Karul is in the Feywild, so I'm going to go to the Feywild and check on Karul, and that becomes a whole tangent. Brian gets up to leave, and then both Cass and Bluey decide to go with him to be his bodyguards, which is probably fair. The rest of you stay with Loran. And Brian briefly tells Loran and Corvius that he's going to the Feywild, and then the party splits up as Neff is doling out glasses of water to make sure everyone is hydrated, which is really important. Sleah attempts to scry on Elijah, can't make a connection, and starts crafting a message to send to him. Meanwhile, Bluey, Cass, and Brian arrive in the Feywild. It's all pretty fine and dandy, except his scrying doesn't quite go through to Karul. I believe we retconned that it should have held, but because Karul is in a circle, Brian only went as far as the room that Karul was being kept in. So Brian decided to go on and enter the Sealy court. It's extremely busy. They seem to be preparing for a court session, which we later find out is Karul's preliminary hearing. Fun. We try to find Zarina first. So we try to find Leander first, but as usual, he is in a meeting and they're like, wait 5 minutes. And we're like, we're not waiting 5 minutes. And we go to find Zarina, who is in the room with Karul in the locket. She's pretty happy to see us. Yeah, reasonably. We have a brief discussion and she kind of gets the vibe that we want to talk somewhere private. So we leave Karul in his little locket. We go past Leander's office and into Zarina's office, where Brian kind of reveals that he's concerned about Karul potentially transporting his consciousness into another body. So that's when we tell Zarina that Karul very likely has other vessels that he can get into. He also asks if Karul has had any visitors. He has not. She also wants to investigate Paynite, but we don't have that for her yet, considering it's Ender's soul in the only piece of Paynite that we know, and that might be a difficult conversation to have with Anna, but it's on our agenda. Brian also brings up that someone within the Sealy court is probably going to be the reason that Karul gets out. He kind of suggests it's probably the Venthrusses because they can be bought out and they hate the Dehanes and they just kind of want to undermine everything they do. And everyone is like, yeah, that's kind of obvious. And we're like, maybe we should, put them in their place and get people to realize what horrible pieces of shit they are. And everyone's pretty much on board with this. We all want to take the Venthrusses down a notch. There's not very much they can do at the moment. We kind of just go through basic information on Karul and what we're planning to do about that. Zarina says that we can't visit Karul today, but Brian can come back tomorrow for brunch with her, leading into brunch with Karul, which is what I called my own notes, brunch with Carl.
Or, as I like to call it, crunch.
Crunch. That was great, Thomas.
Yay!
All right, thanks
Why
everybody.
am
I'm
I
leaving
acting
campus.
like I'm above it? I would so say that shit, so...
Crunch with barley.
Zarina and Leander also pull Brian aside privately to say that they both failed Loran and Sarah, they feel that way. But they feel like the group and Brian has brought them back and now they're a family. And Brian's like, oh, yes, well, all of us are like a found family and everyone did their part. And he also says that Loran doesn't seem to necessarily blame Leander and Zarina, but it will probably be good for him to have some catharsis soon. We all hate Talia. That's basically the gist of that conversation. It's kind of just more like back and forth, and then we decide to leave and come back for brunch the next day. Back in the Shissel, Thea does a sending to Elijah, basically confirms that Elijah knew we were there, and confirms that the journal that Brian saw with the circles on it belonged to Odyssey. Okay, not gonna lie, I haven't read this bit, and I don't really know what happened, but I will do my best.
Okay, if anybody wants to fill in any gaps or things I think that they were important for their own characters as well, which you'd like to just say, that's also fine, but after Lily is finished.
Yeah, either Sleer or Neff, because this didn't stick in my long-term memory. I'm really sorry. Sleer tells Neff about the ash. The ash on her hand seems to be a semi-illusory effect meant to evoke an emotional response rather than a spell effect. So they're thinking about the ash that Brian saw in the lab. Maybe that has a connection. We don't know. It seems to be left behind by someone more powerful than Elijah, and Sleer puts forward Karul as a possible source of that. But she also thinks that Brian probably would have recognized it if it was something Karul had done, but then again, Brian hasn't really seen the full extent of what Karul is capable of as himself. They kind of aren't sure about what... Sorry?
No, I'll jump in at the end.
Okay. They're not too sure about what they should do next, but they suggest some library research. And this is where, guys, honestly, I can't read all this that quickly, but it's a lot of research in the High Stellarium.
Does anybody want to add in something that they researched?
I think the big thing is that it was the dust was left over behind after like a spell of some necromantic nature was used. I think that's what we found out. That's like the key
The ash,
piece.
yeah. Necromancy.
Great, thank you.
Neff also has Dust of Disappearance now and makes some really, really terrible jokes about it. I do remember that.
You don't actually have it, by the way, Neff. You just looked at it and you felt like, wow, dust.
But I have it.
Oh yeah, you have some.
Cass has it.
Cass does have Dust of Disappearance.
I made some bad jokes about it in the library.
Will she ever use it? We'll see.
They kind of figure out that it is necrotic. I was about to get there. However, it doesn't seem to be from a blight spell. That's the only thing that they know. Sleer has been knitting whilst Neff is doing all this research, and it seems to be making a little throw blanket for Kev, and it's really cute and wholesome. And they kind of like squee about that for a little bit. And Sleer is also planning to make Daniel a blanket, which is going to be pink because Daniel loves pink. They chat a little bit about the triad, and they seem pretty sure that the circles represent them. The door to the Chronologica opens at that point, and Loran comes out. He is exhausted. They check on him. He's just kind of tired and being dramatic, as usual, and he decides to go to bed. He won't let Sleer and Neff carry him. That's an important point. He can sleep for 4 hours before he has to go back to the Chronologica. They all go into Brian's room, and Tanuel is on the couch working on her manuscript. Shu is on the bed. Loran gets in bed with Shu. Sleer and Neff are kind of in the drift, but I think Neff eventually gets on the couch with Daniel, if I remember correctly. Yeah. They're all trying to essentially sleep in Brian's room, but they don't realize that there are spare rooms. It's great. In the Feywild, Brian, Cass, and Bluey stop by Shillelagh's Shakes and Sweets just to have a little bit of a chill before casting Planar Shift and ending up back in a Shissel. They go back to the Chronologica to check on Corvius and Loran. Loran is sleeping, but Corvius and an assistant is now working on what Loran started. They all go down to Brian's room to find the scene that is everyone trying to sleep in there. And Brian's like, why don't you go to spare rooms, other beds, comfortable, and they leave. So then Brian gets into bed with Loran and Shu, whilst everyone else goes and has a sleepover. Before Sleer leaves the room, Brian asks if Loran is okay, and Sleer informs him that he's tired. Brian casts Greater Restoration on Loran before Loran and him sleep, and everyone gets a full night's rest. Halfway through Brian's sleep, he wakes up with Loran to go back to the Chronologica, and he goes and takes a pillow and a blanket to sleep against the wall and keep an eye on Loran. The end.
The end.
What a heartwarming tale.
Loved that. A few quick retcons on the menu for Shaylay's Shakes and Sweets. There was a Big B's boba because bubble tea is great, and I needed to have that in my world. Which is obviously a joke because Big B's hand is a spell. It's funnier now that I've explained it. Ha 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 ha. Yep. Is there anything else anybody wants to add in?
That's good.
Okay, right then. So, as
So
you're...
sorry, guys. Some things don't stick in my long-term memory. I have a
That's
very
good.
selective retentive memory.
It was a good recap.
Same.
Sorry.
It's okay. I get you. So, as you are all settling in to sleep, Slyer, you make your way down to the spare rooms. Probably bunking up with... Would you be bunking up with Bluey again?
Yeah, probably.
Yep. You and Bluey both make your way down, and Bluey holds the door open for you. He's like, "Oh, after you, after you." And as you go in, Courage just like zooms in over your heads and settles on the foot of one bed, and Blue's like, "Oh, I guess I'll take that one then." And good night, Slyer. And she goes and she just gets in and tucks herself and immediately just zonks out, clearly quite exhausted. And Slyer, you are left to your own devices. Is there anything you'd like to do?
I would like to do my nightly wife sendings.
Okay, you can send things to your waifu.
Just to put a little context, she's still a little bit frazzled from earlier with Elijah,
Mhm.
and it's just been trying to process this. So sending.
Yeah, with all of that going through your mind, you take a seat on the spare bed left, and you just try and sort of like find the words to express everything you've learned that day. And you struggle to do it and to focus on the spell, but you manage to sort of find that tether, that connection with Farinia. What do you say to her?
It's fuck. I'm just gods. I don't even know. It hurts so much to think about. Please just let me hear your voice.
And after a moment, once she's certain you're finished, you just hear, "I'm here. What is this about? Can you tell me? Is it something you can put into words? I love you." And she finishes speaking.
Slea traces the symbol again and just. I love you so much, and I haven't even met them yet, but I love our kids so much.
And then she says, "We're here for you. Listening. Anything you have to say. All the love you send us, we're sending back to you as well. But if there's something wrong, tell us."
Odyssey's friend. Gods, I can't believe that. Odyssey's friend sacrificed his own son to try and finish his work.
You can almost feel the hesitation, the shock. Is this friend someone you can get to? Because if the answer is yes, I can recommend a course of action. Just saying. It's quite violent.
I don't know if I can, but I want to. And violent options I'm not opposed to at the moment, I will say.
I don't know this man. But I know no matter what he tries to say, what he's done, that speaks louder. If he preaches violence, learn his language.
I don't know if he's preaching violence or just chaos. Power.
Learn his language, whatever that means. Whatever he gives, give it back to him. It's what he deserves. You're a good person.
I will. I love you. Thank you.
I love you too.
I think Slee is gonna just kind of she's feeling a little bit better. She's gonna finish off the last of like Kev's blanket and kind of pick out like a design for Danielle's and then go to bed.
What language were you speaking with Frenia in?
It was probably undercommon since Slee is very stressed right now.
Okay. Well then, nobody else would have been able to understand, so
Yeah.
you can go to
Except
sleep.
for Brian.
He ain't here.
Nope.
Courage gives you a kind of curious look.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm here. I'm just sneezing. I'm gonna have to take medicine.
Oh no, I meant more
No
like
worries, no
I meant more
worries.
like he's not in the room. Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like I was like, how dare Lily turn off her camera?
Brian's not here. He's
Sorry.
sneezing.
No, Cass actually
Brian
can
can't
understand
come
it
to the
too.
phone right now. Why? Oh. And then like full on a shizzle like floaty fabric see-through shirt Brian comes out and just like drop kicks old like season 1 Brian. Anyway,
Also-
sorry, that was a tangent.
Also, definitely feel like Cass and Frinia would get on very well.
They gotta hang out more. I think it would be fun.
Yes.
I think it would be like they'd be like, oh no,
Oh no.
we're gonna have so much fun breaking things.
If only Furinia had any inclination to adventure whatsoever.
Or drink.
Or
That's the other one.
Apart from those
Can
two
have-
very minor factors, I'm sure we can
Cass
break.
can have fun without drinking. Well,
Hell
Cass will be drinking, but not everyone needs to drink with Cass.
Yeah.
Cass has fun and drinks. Neither is reliant on the other. Yeah.
No.
Honeybee.
Yeah.
All right. Good job.
Alrighty.
So, everybody, you are able to gather together and rest as much as you like. Is there anything you want to do before you go to sleep? Have your long rest? R.I.P. Truth and Dare. But as you all take a long rest, so recover anything you've lost, the morning comes to you a little bit later. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to make one more quick cut before we get to morning. Ulster, being a light sleeper, and promising Loran that you would wake him up after 4 hours, you managed to rouse yourself and
Alarm
clock, Brian. Alarms there. No. I hated
Ooh.
that. That was
sounded
not
like
fun.
alarm times
Alarm.
all star. I was like, ugh.
Anyway, so
No.
you see Loran is still asleep beside you. Just kind of like has the covers pulled right up to his chin.
Shaky.
And he slowly opens his eyes. Is it time?
4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. He starts sitting up, gets ready, hasn't really taken off his clothes, but he puts his shoes back on.
I'm gonna roll my Joshin. Sorry.
Yay!
Oh, 5'8".
Okay. He just. Are you going up with him with your pillow?
Yeah. Brian just brings a pillow and a blanket with him. He's like Leah's blanket and a pillow. I'm ready.
Sure. Okay. Leaving Shu in the room, she kind of just like splays over the whole bed now that you guys are all gone, like
Lucky.
wings fully out. And you guys make your way up to the Chronologica. And the is just like, yes.
Inform Loran. Okay. I'm going to tell you now because let's just get out of the way. I'm going back to the Feywild tomorrow.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm going to see Cruel. And your mum for brunch.
He stops. Wait, hang on. Wait, I'm still sleeping. I'm just gonna get my brain back into gear. What?
I am going to have words with Cruel tomorrow to ascertain whether he's still in there. Mainly. Yeah.
Do I get?
And also tell him that I don't like him. I feel like it's important I tell him every so often.
I think he knows that much. Do I get to know what else you're going to talk about, or?
Well, I did make notes. Let me fetch those, says Lily. Oh no, that's the Talia roast. We'll put that away.
We just save that one. We frame it. What we do is we frame it and we hang it on the wall, and we just leave it there until we can just take it down and just read directly from it.
Well, I mean, he's not been talking very much, so I kind of just wanted to know, like, why, and if he's just bored or if there's something else going on. I feel like he lets little things slip, even though he thinks he's really, like, on top of all the information. It's quite interesting to see what he thinks that he can talk about.
Yeah, I get it. It's just I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. If you want to do it, I won't stop you.
I'll buy an anti-possession rune before, if I can. Just in case.
Loran takes off his one and just passes it to you.
Brian, like, smacks it back against him. No,
he pushes it back. No.
He gives it back.
No.
He does it again. He's not going to win.
No, Loran isn't taking it. He throws it on the floor. No. Fucking way.
I'm buying one before I go. Just keep it.
You won't get one as strong as Zarina's.
No, you've been possessed before. I am fine. I will buy one before.
I'm not the one going into the belly of the beast. That's for you now.
I'm not the one on the kill list. Brian picks it up and puts it back in Loran's hand.
Nothing's happened with that kill list for I don't even know how long, okay? I'll be fine one time. I'm in the High Solarian. This is the most magically protected place I know other than the Dahane estate. Put it on, please.
No. Brian's being really obstinate. Please don't.
I can't even come with you because I'm stuck here doing this now.
I will buy one before. It will be fine. I won't even get close to him. He's in a circle anyway.
Yeah, but if his consciousness can leave the circle, then what good is the circle going to do?
He probably wants this. He probably wants you to give it to me. He possessed you once before. He can probably do it again. I can defend myself well against those kinds of magics. You have your strengths, I have mine.
Please just put it on.
I'm sorry, Emma. No.
He takes a step back. I've had 4 hours sleep. I don't want this to become anything bigger than it is. You are going to be face to face with Karul Malel. I am going to stare at a rock.
An extremely magical rock.
An extremely magical rock with other extremely magical people. If something goes on, I am going to be fine.
I will go buy one now if it makes you feel better. I'm not going to take yours.
I don't know what to say.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh. It's not funny.
I know it's really not.
I will not take anything from you that could cause you harm for my own benefit when I can just go and buy one outside before I go. It's ridiculous. I'm not taking it from you.
Also, make just an intelligence check real quick.
That's pretty good. 16 plus 3, 19.
Okay, you understand that runes and like items like this in specific are a little bit more difficult to come by, which might be part of why Allstar might think Loran is being a bit touchy about this. These ones are specifically gifted to you by Zarina from her personal sort of like inventory.
Could he buy one of the Saros?
You could ask Zarina, someone who knows Viserys quite well. Unfortunately, Loran doesn't have such an intimate knowledge.
I will ask your mother when I'm there where I can get one. I'm sure she let me money for it anyway. So how about this? I could bring someone with me who can cast a spell, stop me from being possessed.
Well, you already have Zarina there. My mother's powerful. He picks it up and puts it back on. And he starts walking back up the stairs.
Oh. Brian just like walks behind him and he looks like a kicked dog. He's like,
Loran just keeps walking up. And when he gets to the door of the Chronologica, he stops and he just says, I don't like that I can't go as well. And that you're going at all and that you're going without protection like this, and he points to the amulet.
I didn't have it before. He didn't do anything then.
I didn't realize you'd be. When you say before, do you mean the day before when you went to go and
No,
scrap?
the first few times he
Right.
saw cruel.
That was different. Neither of us had it then, and I was there. I'm stuck here now.
I won't be gone long. I'll be a few hours. I can't imagine he'll be very effusive anyway.
You have this tendency, or stare,
Roast Brian time.
to think less of your own life compared to mine, and I understand. We've spoken about this before. I understand why you think that way. I understand what you want. And I understand that I would be a hypocrite if I said that when it came to you, I didn't often think the same. But we're a team. Now, the two of us, we're pretty inseparable. My life is tied to yours, so when your life is in danger, mine might as well be as well. I understand it goes both ways. I'm not trying to say that what I'm doing in the Chronologica isn't dangerous. It's dangerous in a different way. I just want you to know that that's how I feel. Ugh. I'm sorry if I upset you. I just hate the thought of something happening and me not being there to help. I hate that I'm stuck, even if I'm doing something good here.
I don't like leaving either. I mean, they were suggesting to go to Eldrelith, but I wouldn't leave you for more than a few hours at a time. I understand. I feel like I apologize a lot to you, but I'm not taking that because I don't want to be arrogant, but I'm confident that if you tried, I would know and I would do my best to resist, but I wouldn't mind bringing maybe someone like Slia with me, someone who can ward against those sorts of things, potentially.
Yeah, I trust Leah. I trust them all, obviously. And I say some bullshit sometimes, mean shit. I don't mean to. Just comes out of my mouth, and then I've got, I've got a reputation to uphold, kind of just roll with it. But
It's part of the charm.
uh, it only goes so deep, In, I guess, at the end of the day, I trust all of them. And whoever you choose to take with you, yeah, they'd probably do just as good a job protecting you as I could. So, well, no, no, I'm not gonna make this into one of those things where I boost my own ego. Nope, they would do a good job of it, so I trust
Sure,
you.
we all do a good job of protecting each other. Otherwise, none of us would be here.
Mm,
So
that is true. But sometimes, oof, and he just touches his shoulder. My back does get a little bit sore from just carrying this team, just occasionally, not all the time, but oh.
Well, especially now that Cyrus is not here and he can't carry the other half.
He does some good. Okay, fine. You got it out of me. There you go.
Ryan
And
just pats him on the shoulder.
from behind the door, you just hear, "Hurry up, boy! I can hear you from in here." And Corvius just like calls through, and Loran's like, "Oh, yep."
I'll stay with you, but I'm sorry again, and I will try my best to be safe. Just please don't put yourself in danger trying to protect me, and I guess I'll try not to do that as well.
He just gives you a kiss on the forehead, and it's like, yeah. It's okay.
Ryan gives him a hug and then goes in with him.
Okay. Loran resumes his work, and you all find yourselves well rested when the morning comes. Also, unfortunately, your rest was a little bit painful at the end. Sleeping on the hard floor, doing your best to make do with just a cushion and a kilo is what I was about to say. Cushion and a kilo. Those are NPCs. I'm gonna write that down. Cushion and a kilo. It's pretty good, actually. So yeah.
I'm just gonna BRB real quick.
That's fine. The rest of you wake up. I am actually writing down cushion. I think that's good. The rest of you are all awoken naturally by dawn, and you can do whatever you like. The day is yours. You stretch. You do your morning exercises.
Roll back to sleep.
Yeah, go right back to sleep. You sit up. Wow, what a beautiful day. Back again. A good time. Okay.
I mean, I assume we probably want some breakfast.
Yep, there is oh my gosh, guess what? There's a dining hall you can go to because you're in a magic school. If you want to go and sort of indulge in that, or if you have anything your own supply, if you want to go to one of the cafes along the sort of like the boardwalk leading towards the ocean, that's also a possibility. There's lots of really good brunch places, with like a sort of a traditional Sicilian dish, like tapas dishes, that kind of thing. It's a great time.
Y'all, where do you want to go get breakfast?
I don't know, wherever you want to go. I've never been here.
Now, if you've been here like one time before.
How long ago was I here last?
Because didn't we all?
You got a special carving and did some you did wine and pottery with Sarasa here.
Oh yeah. I never mind.
It's when we brought Keon back here.
Oh, of course, I remember now.
You also remember that wine and pottery place did do brunch and pottery as well.
Oh, Cass, have you ever tried making pots?
I mean, I carve stone. I don't know if that's like.
Maybe you'd be really good at it in that case.
You're about to like explain like pottery to like the only carver in the group. Like, this is how you make things out of stone. To Cass. It's a daughter of a stonemason.
Yeah.
No shit.
No, go on, Neff. Tell me.
Okay, so you take the stuff and you put it on a spinning thing. It really helps if you have somebody to help you, because I don't know about you, but my hands always shake. I think I'm just a shaky, jittery person. But maybe you are too. And in that case, it helps to have a second person helping you to make the pot. Or vase, or whatever round, symmetrical thing you're making on the spinning thing. I don't know the correct terminology, but I think it's something like that.
What you used last time, what you used was a light cordless rotary tool called a Dremel.
Oh. See, in my head, I was thinking I actually don't know what those things are called either. I was thinking you know how in restaurants they have the slow, spinny, tabley things, and that's called like a lazy Susan? Maybe this is like an athletic Susan that we're making the pottery on.
I'm down for it. It's
wow.
I'm down. Cass is down.
All right,
exactly right, Neff. It is called an athletic, Susan. You.
Oh, I think you call it athletic,
so
Susan.
right. You're so right. It's
Okay, it's kind
If there was, Danielle is just kind of like watching from the side, just like, huh?
See, this one, it's athletic because with a lazy Susan, you have to help her spin. With an athletic Susan, you can't stop her from spinning. Not easily.
I'm very confused, but okay. I'm really hungry and I need some coffee, so let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. Where's Brian?
Let's go find him.
Okay.
I think Slia gets up, like, probably a little bit on time-ish, and goes to, like, the cafeteria or whatever and, like, gets, like, food for both her and Brian, because I assume that, like, Slia assumes that he's gone to, like, do the thing with Loran and is gonna bring them breakfast.
Gone to do the thing.
No.
Is that what you're
gone to do chronological thing with Brian, and no.
Yeah.
Brian and Loran, they're doing the thing in the Chronologica.
Why are you mimicking my accent? I don't understand. That's so rude. I can't believe you,
Tree.
Sire. I thought you are my friend. You
It's-
betrayed me today.
No, that's not Slia talking. That's me talking.
Everything's in your
Aylin's real accent exposed. The clickbait
Yeah.
thumbnail, we've got like the red circle with the arrow around Aylin. You will not believe.
Caught on video. Okay.
How I accidentally got kicked out of my D&D
bring
campaign.
breakfast to Loran and Brian at Chronologica. There we go. Done. English.
So, you did good. So, you make your way down to the dining hall. It's fairly packed. The students who stay here have already are already halfway through their meals. Most are finished. The students who commute in from various places all over the country, the plains even, considering it's a station here, have mostly just arrived. So you have to kind of queue up a little bit. You do have to drop a little bit of cash for the food. It's not free because you are not a student. You don't have a student pass. And you drop wait. Oh no, Sly is completely broke.
Yeah.
Okay, don't you worry. Slyer, you kind of pick up all the food that you want, like a tray of some baked goods, some melon pan. You get a couple of onigiri. What is regular breakfast food? Cereal. And you take it all up, and the cashier is just like,
High fantasy cereal.
high fantasy cereal. It's bran flakes. And the high fantasy cashier is like, this will be 2 copper. And I really want to look at the tiny Loran, but I can't believe you'd send me this in the middle of a high stakes fantasy RP moment. So, oh wow! So small. I'll make him my icon in a minute. But she's like, you don't have enough money for this, do you? And then you hear from behind you, oh, don't worry, I'll pay for it. And rushing forwards, you see, with with just thousands of loaves of bread just spilling from underneath her arms, just like no less than 5. No less than 5. That's thousands in my book.
I like thousands. Can it be canon of thousands?
5 baguettes.
5 baguettes. No less than 5 baguettes. Is Alexa, who is so heavily pregnant by now. You wonder how she is even moving, but she is rushing towards you, and is like, Slyer, hi.
Hi.
What? Wait, I didn't realize you guys were back.
We got back. Oh God, what is time? Yesterday. Yesterday?
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited you guys are back here. I have so much to talk to you all about. Have you done any research? Have you found anything interesting? Oh wait, we probably shouldn't have this conversation in the queue. Just give me a moment. And she just throws all her bread onto the canteen and just gives him a silver and is like, okay, let's go.
Is Alexa speaking Celestial?
Yes. You don't speak Celestial, do you?
No.
Oh. you're a beautiful singer. Ha 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 ha. I have to laugh.
Can confirm. But what?
No.
You've done little musical like snippets
True.
here and there. It's
Objective
legit.
fact.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's that
So
can't-
bubbly.
Okay.
Celia goes through like just like a whole ass list of languages just to see if there's something that she and Alexa can communicate with.
Tell me what you speak again.
A lot.
Just list, because I know there are some that you do not.
Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Gnomish, Infernal, Primordial, Sylvan, Undercommon.
Did you say Orcish?
No, unfortunately.
No.
Okay.
She would have just like hand gestured semaphore flags and waved her baguettes around in a sort of way that meant, "I will pay your money. Come with me."
Yeah.
And
Slea
you
has a
also
new
hide your
to-do
name.
list, which is
learn Celestial.
Celestial. Yeah.
Oh, Neff can teach you a little bit at
Neff
least.
can teach you. Yep. Okay. So as you are escorted out by Alexa, she will probably just, once she's sort of like shouldered her baguettes, pull out a little notepad and start writing you messages to communicate with you. And then she conveys to you all of that information she said before. And you can respond. It'll just take a little bit of time. So is there anything you want to say to her?
Basically, we got back last night,
Mhm.
or yesterday.
And
Loran is using the Chronologica.
And she just kind of was like, and she says, "Is all that food for you, or are you taking it to them as well?"
Yeah, she writes back like taking it to Loran and Brian.
Okay, and she sort of links arms with you and starts pulling you towards in the direction of the Chronologica.
She adds a PS, I need to learn Celestial.
And to that she just goes, "Ah," in like harmonic unity with you. And says, "I need to learn Common." So, as you all make your way up, Brian, Ulster, rather, you are awoken to the sound of the door opening, and you kind of have had your eyes sort of just like half open watching Loran for the last few hours. And he is still at it. He's been like, sleep with one eye open so you can watch your husband at all times. And Slyer walks in with food and Alexa in tow.
Morning, Slea. Alexa.
Morning, Brian! Ulster, Brian. Which one did you use with her? Was it Ulster or Brian?
I think it was Brian.
Brian. Morning, Brian! It's been a long time. Also, thank goodness you're here. We cannot communicate without you.
Well, yeah, we do need to teach Slea even more languages to add to her extensive repertoire.
I will also try and learn Common. I've just not
That's
really ever
probably
had
a
a need
good
for
idea.
it. I speak Orcish.
I don't speak Orcish.
Oh.
Cool
That was a
fact.
good conversation. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. Okay. Would you like a
Do you want to
baguette?
sit with us?
Sure. Would you like a baguette?
Do you have any fruit?
I have some raisins in my pocket.
I'll take the
She
raisins.
pulls out a little like canvas pouch and just opens it, and there's just raisins inside, and she passes them to you. And she
Brian
starts
starts eating raisins.
she just like starts ripping apart a baguette, and it's just like, I needed 5. You see, at least 5. It was
I
very.
understand.
It was an urgent situation. Anyway.
Ah,
Wow, isn't this
Well.
nice? What is Loran doing?
you know what? He's doing so much. It's a very long, complicated story, but he's just can't be disturbed right now.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. I'll be quiet.
Maybe we should actually go outside.
Should
Just
we?
back it up a little bit.
Backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. And you
Shut-
shut the door behind. And Alexa's just like munching on her baguette and just says, can you tell Slyer that I say hi and that I'm happy that you guys are all back and that I love baguettes. It's a
I'll
fun
try and
time.
let that on Slea.
Ah.
Ah,
Ah,
Sorry. Oh.
Well, I was going to go to the Feywild today. Slia, I was going to ask if you wouldn't mind coming with me.
Sure. I can do that.
Of course, Alexa, I won't ask you. You're heavily
No, why?
pregnant.
Yeah, no way.
No travels.
No, I begets to eat.
That's very fair, very important distinction.
We can watch
were you-
around if you like.
You want to watch Loran?
Well, if you're leaving.
Oh,
Or
you mean babysit. I was going to ask Neff if she would be interested in babysitting Loran.
Well, if she does pop around, I'll probably just be in the library then.
Yeah, I don't want to stress you out at all. I mean, it's quite stressful things they're doing.
Mm.
I'm personally not involving myself. I don't have wizardly skills.
It's okay. I will go to the library, and if you need any research done, I'll be your person to do it.
I mean, if you wanted to learn Common and try it out on us later, we can join up for dinner and see what you managed to learn in the space of one day.
Okay, I'll prepare some baguettes for dinner. Do you want to come to my house?
Why not?
Wow. That's going to be an adventure.
What's your husband's name again? Siri?
Siri.
Yes.
Priyan. But it's Siri. Yeah. We could
It's very
call
tall.
it Siri. Yeah, it's a good line.
Also,
Okay,
Slia put together words Neff and Loran, and would say, "Oh yeah, Neff speaks Celestial."
Oh, Neff. Ah, Loren.
You just hear them singing.
Wow! Okay. So, let me turn off my aircon. Right. As Alexa excuses herself, agreeing to meet you outside the High Solarian in the early evening, for dinner plans, and is going to be waiting in the library in case you need any research done or any help with researching. It means if you go and do research, she will help you, and you might get advantage on some things. You are able to go off and do what you're able to just go off, I guess.
Well, I was
I
going
think-
to tell Leah the full extent of what she's signing up for, but I'll wait.
I mean, Cass would definitely be going with Brian. Does Cass know what time you're heading off?
We
Cass,
can
Cass
congregate.
and Neff have yet to congregate along with Bluey. You guys could go and look for them, considering you're also already thinking about
Yeah,
potential
I
lunch
think-
plans.
I think Cass would go and like inquire before going off anywhere.
That sounds like a good idea.
Well,
Let's
you all
go
know where
find
the
them.
chronological is. You
Yeah,
can go.
so we go find them and then we'll sort brunch plans from there. Or
Great.
breakfast.
So, meeting at the top of the stairs outside the Chronologica.
Our favourite meeting place.
Of course. That old haunt. You're able to meet up and make some plans. So, off you go. What do you want to do?
I'm going to visit Karul today. Anyone else doing anything fun?
I have some things I need to do, but I am coming with you first. I will do those things later. They are not important in comparison. I'm coming.
I was wondering, Neff, since you and Laurent get on famously, if
Yes.
you wanted to babysit him for a little bit. It's very fun. You just watch him.
Okay, I'm good at watching things.
Yes, keep a close eye. It's very important.
Is there anything I need to know? What does he like to eat?
He likes barnacles, if you can get any from the kitchen. He
Okay.
also likes fried chicken in sandwiches, mainly.
Okay.
And mangoes in tea. Anything spicy, really. Maybe not spicy mangoes, although I've never tried that.
It's really good. That was just me, out of character.
Or in character. Celia could have had spicy mango.
I don't know. I bet Slee would
Maybe-
probably like mango nadas. They're
Oh
so
my
good.
god. Spicy mango.
Is it? I have a lore question for Emma because I don't know how Neff would feel about this.
Hi.
It is
Yeah.
spicy food like, is that like common and well liked in Calcarn or not so much?
First of all, before we do anything, why, George? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I can see it.
Sorry, I'm just spinning it. I'm not. I wasn't gonna...
Cass
That's
suddenly
what you
pulled
want
out
us to
ruined
do.
it.
As Cass is just like, as they're talking about mangoes, and Cass is just like, hello.
It's like power move.
This year, everyone disappears. No. So,
I'll pop it
spicy
down.
food. Actually, there isn't necessarily a spicy food culture in the Kalkan in the same way as like there are in like countries where you have like, I don't know, in say Korea or India, where you have like kind of spicy, which actually means hot. It's more like spiced foods. So like cinnamon and those kinds of spices. So there is like a kick,
Same
but
for Lily
isn't like
spices.
safe for lily spices. Yeah. Mostly, well, in Kalkan, the most commonly grown fruits would be things like lychee, kumquat, and mango.
They're all fun to
Along
say.
with lychee, kumquat, and mango, I definitely didn't choose fun fruits. Vegetables, anything that can grow in hot weather.
Okay.
Unless you're up in the mountainous regions, then you can get a bit more variety. Seafood, lots of seafood, especially where Loran sort of spent the majority of his time, Calcaria, being a coastal town. If you go deeper inland, it's more like goat meat and sort of.
I can't believe we're doing Loran's meal plan in this stage.
Yeah, it's just, I thought I'm giving you the information you need.
Okay.
To feed Loran.
Yeah.
I can just write it down for you, Neff, if you want.
Oh, okay. That might be useful, thank you.
Brian knows what he likes.
Where is Loran?
He's in the chronological,
Oh,
doing chronological things. But Slia, sorry I didn't clear it up with you before. Loran was not happy with me because I didn't want to take his anti-possession thing. So I was wondering if perhaps you have any magic that can put his mind at ease. I don't know myself, but I know there's some spells that can like stop Coral from doing. Not stop Coral from doing bad things. Nothing is going to stop that, but stop him from his soul from entering my body. That would be unpleasant.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I have access to some magic that can do that.
Wonderful. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind coming, I understand if Coral makes you incredibly uncomfortable because he does me, but I'm gonna go because I apparently hate myself.
It doesn't last terribly long, but under an hour if you wanted to talk to him.
Oh, I won't be talking to him for more than an hour.
Okay.
Unless he just suddenly came out with all this information. I really doubt he will. I think I'll just get in here and they'll be like, oh, it's you, and then smile at me eerily for like 2 minutes and then I'll leave. That's kind of what I've been replaying in my head over and over again. I'll stop talking now. I'm quite nervous.
It's okay. Makes me nervous too.
Understandable. So if Bluey and Neff are staying here, have a wonderful day.
you
Also,
stay
you know that
safe.
you have a little bit more time to kill before.
He's staying in the chronological. He's not doing anything.
Cool. As in, like, just so you know that there is a bit more time because of the time difference between Kalkan and
He might go a little bit early just to see if he can.
Sure.
Anti-possession thing.
So,
Sure.
Brian, when are we leaving? So I know what time to meet you.
I think it's early afternoon.
All right.
You guys have about 3 hours then. So you get
Okay.
a little bit later, considering how tired you were and time difference, jet lag, that kind of thing. So yes, you can kill 3 hours of time however you like in a schissel. If you have nothing particularly you want to do, then we can say that you all made some amazing pottery, depending on some rolls, and then headed right off. So what would you like to do?
Well, I do want to make some amazing pottery because I want to make Kevin a gift,
Amazing.
but I also I have some things I want to do. So I do want to go to.
Who the fuck is Kevin? Sorry.
Oh, Kev, every time. I think I know I can't, and now it's like ingrained.
Who's Kevin? I've never.
Kev. To be fair,
I know a Kev
with Cass and her just name.
Yeah.
Right, Kev. Anyway,
Roll
she doesn't
me.
make Kev a gift.
Hashtag Kevin is
but
over
yeah.
party.
But first she's gonna grab a little bite to eat, but it's kind of like she's just eating something, and then she wants to go to the library.
Okay, cool. You guys could go for whoever wants to go for a speedy pottery and breakfast sesh. You can get some pottery, you can get some good coffee, get some
If it's
poached eggs.
speedy and still being able to do library, then
45 minutes. It's only about a 5-minute walk
Okay,
down to the
cool.
market, and then it's not particularly busy. It's a weekday, and a lot of people are at school, so no one is out there. What are you making? There's an array of different, fairly standard, sort of like small gems you can choose from, and you can carve.
Cass isn't going to carve. Oh, actually,
You can also paint pottery.
Because Cass kind of wanted to do a vase. For
Sure.
Cass.
Yeah. You can get a vase, and you can paint it out however you like, design it any way you want, while you eat some break.
But if we're doing that, then she might carve it instead. She'll carve it because like that's more of her forte.
Roll me a dexterity check, please. You can have advantage because you know what you're doing.
I'm glad I have advantage. But I can't use the advantage because that was low.
There's only so badly you can do, because considering your background.
It's a 12.
12. Well, it's a start. You know, this is taking a little bit longer. You're a little bit out of practice considering how busy you've been recently. So you get a start on it in 45 minutes, which is the time you're allotted. You can only do so much, but it's a very good progress on the beginnings of your vase. You eat to your fill. Neff, I'm assuming you go as well.
Yeah.
Yep. What are you making, if anything?
Are my options limitless, or how wild can I get?
How wild do you want to get? And I'll tell you if that sounds ludicrous or not.
I want to make a vase, but I want to make it in the shape of a sphinx.
Jesus Christ.
It can be like, you know how like
he's gonna be mad high.
You know how
so go for
cats like do this thing where they like stand up like this sometimes, like meerkats? Like that, but sphinx form with a hole at the top for putting like, flowers in and stuff, you know?
Yeah, sure, okay.
Cool.
It's about this big, so let's go for it.
Cute little one, easy to transport.
Dexterity check.
Alright, Dex.
Just straight up.
Dex check coming your way. I rolled out my bad roll, but who knows? Neff doesn't really... Oh, that's pretty good! And for Neff, it's a 16.
Okay, with a 16, yeah, I would say you get a decent enough head start on it. It does look a little bit wonky, because you're not quite as accomplished as Cass.
Brand standard.
You are not... Yeah, you do not finish, and you can take it with you. Cass has the appropriate tools if you want to carry it on along the road.
Cass, can you help me finish the head later?
Of course, it looks great. It's beautiful, and we'll finish it.
It's a bit weird, but it's good.
It's unique, and that is all that matters when it comes to
Thank
carving.
you.
If you are happy with the carve, that's all that matters.
I think I'm kind of happy with it. I think I need to finish it first, though.
I'll help you finish it.
Thanks, Cass.
Okay, so as you guys make your way back up, you can go to the library. Yes. So, what are you trying to research?
So several things. First, the last time I was here, I did ask Alexa to. Ritual, comprehend languages.
Yep.
Ready. So Cass is going to. Last time she was here, she asked Alexa if she could do some research on the sisterhood, to see if she could find out anything. So I think Cass is just going to be like, "Did you find anything?"
Cool. So give me a
first
moment.
question.
Give me uno momento to get my notes. No! I'd gone so long without singing the Jurassic Park theme tune.
It came back. It was like session 20 something? I don't even remember. It's been a while.
It has been. In real life too. Right. Okay, so what you learn from Alexa is fairly limited information, and it's more sort of just affirming what you already mostly know. Considering she hasn't had first-hand experience with them. She She hasn't quite had first-hand experience with them, but she does give you a little bit more. So she says that the sisterhood, in like legend, or not legend, that's the wrong word to say. It's kind of common knowledge that there have been instances in the past where organizations have been looking for chosen ones, or powerfully magical people who could help them achieve their goals. And there has been whispers surrounding those organizations of a group of women from all over the plains, who basically make it their job to fulfill those requests, and they get paid a pretty penny for it. A lot of them deal with sort of taking young children who have magical promise and then sending them to various temples or arcanists or necromancers and so on. Some, she says, even do sort of deal in taking people who are more mature or from different places to different places, and so on and so on. It's nothing really new, except for maybe the scope. You knew that there were people of this from this organization, the Sisterhood, working in Batar and in that side of the Underdark, but apparently it's from everywhere. They can be found.
Okay, I'll just have one specific question and then I'll move on.
Yep.
Because this is like a side quest for Cass, but
of course
she's also going to be like, I think finding the sisterhood themselves would be quite difficult. Do you know of anyone that's received these chosen one or these children for whatever purpose they have? They might be the avenue to finding the sisterhood, because they were the ones that contacted them to get the chosen one or children.
Okay.
Is there a way to find that?
Sure. So right off the bat, she lists a few that you know. So the Temple of Death and Fala. She was a chosen one delivered by the Sisterhood. That you already knew. I think Slyer would have. I think Slyer would have. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. Slyer would have shared that she. Well, I mean, it depends. That Vashar. Would you have shared that? Vashar was part of that sisterhood. Yeah. So Vashar was also delivered to the church of Lolth by the sisterhood. So those are two who you know about. You have encountered a child who was older, in their teens, Leo, who was also being escorted by the sisterhood. But you don't know where he was meant to be. But something about having a slightly older child could be perhaps something to consider. And then you did also have questions about people who might be involved in similar activities, but you don't actually have a firm link as to whether they are with the sisterhood or not. Those being Taravine, the pit fiend, who appears to have some sort of body harvesting factory, and then Sorelaras, who you remember having questioned and suspected of having some kind of involvement, but you haven't really pursued that at all recently.
Who is... Sorry, I don't remember.
Sorelaras is a member of the Guildmasters Council from Kalkan. You met them in Kalkariat when you were trying to organize troops to protect the royal family and Kalkariat from a apparent invasion / siege from the Dunes, the revolutionary group in Kalkan. And they had some questions for you about a book they were looking for. And then... Go on.
I was going to say quickly, I think they've also been helping me with stuff like politically.
Yep. They are currently... Yeah, so they currently are still in a position of power in Kalkan.
Yes. Cass, I'm going to just underline and be like, interesting.
Yep. The last thing you sort of spoke to them about was a contract that was recently broken due to the death of the contractor, which they helped organize. And the contractor you knew was a woman named Mayan, who used to be the quartermaster on the Harbinger before she mutinied and wasn't seen for a very long time. So, there you go.
I feel like we need to. That seems like an interesting route to maybe. This person seems to have knowledge and be a bad person. Cass is like, interesting. I'm going to find this person and persuade them.
Oh no!
I will find you, and I will persuade you.
Intimidate.
So I will
Sorry,
find
what did you say,
you,
Gemma?
and I will persuade
And I will
you.
persuade you.
Consider yourself persuaded.
It's like Taken 3, except it's Persuasion 3, starring Kaz.
Persuasion. Quite good.
Cool. All right. If that is all of the stuff about the sisterhood,
Yeah.
then Cass is also going to be like, so she right. So Cass has a spell, and it's called. Hang on, I've got it up. Wait. It is called Infernal Calling.
Okay.
I can summon a devil from the nine hells. However, if I know the devil's name, then like they have to do what I say.
Yeah.
If I speak their true name.
Uh-huh.
So I want to see if I can do some research in devil names so that I can summon either specific devils or at least have some names that I can try out to help me with the spell.
Holy shit. Cool. Okay, yeah. Yes, you may do this. You understand it will probably take a little bit of time and probably won't be achievable in one stint. Purely because of the time crunch you're under. But you do have a lot of time here, so you can at least get your bearings as to where the section to look would be. So maybe an investigation check with advantage, because Alexa would help you.
And I am sick with investigation, but that was a terrible roll. 28.
28? Okay.
28.
With a 28, yep, you are able to accurately locate the sort of like area you need to look in. You do see a couple of infernal books. They are thick, like the 3 C's thick. So you're going to need a little bit more than the time you have just to research. But I would say you pull out 3 tomes which appear to have the information you need. You just need to find it. So you think another stint, a little bit longer, a few more hours in the library would be able to give you at least one name, if you can.
Cool. And I'm also going to ask Alexa. This obviously that will have taken me all of my a lot of time, and I now need to zip that to Brian. But I will say also maybe I should have done this before. So that I had a bit more prep before I do what I do today. The deity / fiend Alan. Do you have any tomes or information on him specifically? Or any references to him?
I think you have a statue somewhere in the back.
Oh, Cass, like if Alexa chose to insight Cass, then she'd be like, "Oh no."
Oh no, she probably could tell. And she's like, okay, let me explain. Don't worry, we're not dedicated to Alan. That's crazy. We're dedicated to Hysil. Get it? Because they're called the Hysilarian. Okay. Anyway, Hysil and then Aryan because wow. Anyway, so basically we have the Hysilarian, which is where all the magical stuff happens, and then behind it there's a museum where I'm trying to get an internship, but it's kind of difficult. I think it might be a couple of years, but we'll see. Anyway, Aylin, I'm so sorry. You're not allowed to give anything away. Okay. Alexa was in a one-shot that I did.
Okay.
Yep. And so she says, well, okay, basically there's a museum behind the Hysilarian, and there's it's like a front bit where it's very difficult to kind of get a how do I explain this? A tour. But there is a storage room which is open to employees of the High Solarian or white people who attend here, if they have a high enough pass. And we just have some interesting items stored there that we sometimes swap out and put in when we're researching them, or if we're going to put them on display, those kinds of things. And I'm pretty certain we have a statue from a temple that burnt down a while ago in the Feywild or somewhere like that. But I can find more information about that and bring it to you later. How's that sound?
Great. Also, if I feel like the time pressure right now, I probably can't. If I would love, well, I would hate, but I think I need to see that statue if I
Okay.
could.
Okay.
Um,
Right. I will see what I can do. I think the current head, sort of like, head honcho over there is out of a shizzle at the moment, but I'll see if I can't get Corvius to let us in. He owes
amazing.
me a favor.
Oh, does he? You're going to collect on that favor, y'all.
I bought him lunch.
Well, there we go. Definitely owes you then.
Definitely.
Okay, well, that is very helpful. If you hear anything about Elan in particular, or just a true name of a devil, that would be awesome. Because we're going to need all the advantages we can get.
Understood. I will do whatever I can for you.
Thank you so much. You are so helpful.
I know. I'm doing my best.
And how's the pregnancy going? You excited?
Yeah. I'm going to be a great mum.
You are going to be a great mum.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Oh my God.
Great.
Yeah. Wow. What a time. What a time I'm going to have.
When's the baby due?
Oh, like a couple of weeks now, so not long. But yeah, I haven't thought about names yet. Cortana is really sticking out to me for some reason. But
That's a lovely name.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see. Or there's this thing I was thinking of where you could just like get some symbols and some numbers and write them down and make them into a name, and then it'll like spell something, like sound like something. That's interesting, but we'll see how that goes.
I mean, interesting, but also no pressure. You want to make sure that the name is. They're not
real.
Gonna, yeah.
Cortana, probably.
I think Cortana's good.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well then, I'm gonna get on with this, and I think it's probably about time for you to go. So bye.
Yeah.
And she sort of like rushes off as quick as she can, still nomming on baguettes as she goes. And then all of you assemble at the top of the stairs of the High Solarian. Slayer, is there anything you want to do?
Could I have maybe rolled some intelligence checks to work on learning some languages?
Sure, you can. You can easily find some books on language learning in the library, which you could have. You can just be sitting there, and yeah, roll me three intelligence checks.
Okay. She might have asked if like Brian might have wanted to like help her with like
He can
massage or celestial.
Mm-hmm.
Do both.
Okay, off you go. You can get advantage for whichever ones Brian's helping you on.
Okay.
Let's say you have to pick one language though, either massage or celestial.
Okay. Considering that we are going to be at least in a shissel for the next week, probably celestial at the moment.
Okay.
Brian gives you singing lessons.
Ah.
Okay. So, first check is a 19 plus 2, so 21.
21. Okay, you are able to, fairly easily get some basic grammar down. Next, we're going to go on to Hatsuon Renshu. Ha 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 ha.
15.
So, this is pronunciation practice. You're not amazing at pronunciation, but you're able to get like the basics down. And last is vocabulary.
All right. That's another 15.
Okay, you can make a couple of sentences. you can say your name, your age, your favorite color.
And we're just trying to throw in TikTok references
It's
everywhere.
it's all I am now. It's all
My
I am.
algorithm has finally been sorted because my housemate sent me loads of videos to like, and now I'm finally into the realm of TikTok that I want to be in, and now
It's
I'm like,
so
damn it!
upsetting when you're in the wrong algorithm. You're like,
I'm yeah.
It's like
I
the
was-
heterosexual white guys, and I'm like, get out,
yeah,
get
I
out,
hate
get out.
No, a way to get rid of them. Press down on the video and go not interested, and it will.
Oh
show
no,
you.
that's what I do, and I'm like, be gone, be
Yeah.
gone, be gone.
Yeah,
I need
Get
to
out
do
of
that more.
feed.
On my phone, I finally left straight TikTok, and I am now in small business TikTok, which is actually really entertaining and cathartic. Just seeing everybody like make their Etsy orders, and it's really aesthetic, and everyone's making stickers.
know.
And I'm just like,
I'm
go
in
on,
straight
guys.
up lesbian TikTok.
Oh,
With
yeah,
some D&D
I'm on
stuff
gay
thrown in,
TikTok.
and it is
That's what my iPad is.
so much fun.
I'm
Yes.
so far in witch talk at the moment,
Oh
like
my God.
everything.
There's been a couple of D&D ones which I will send, but back to the sesh.
Avatar: The Last Airbender talk as well is good. Okay.
Oh my
so-
god, I've got so many of them.
It's so good.
They're
All right.
everywhere.
Off you guys go up to the tallest tower of the Ice Valerian. You assemble outside of the Chronologica. You will say your goodbyes to Loran, and you make your way towards the teleportation circles. The station is as busy as ever. However, you are able to find.
Oh no, just Def, because Bluey's not here. Def is babysitting Loran by herself.
Yeah. Neff,
Oh,
yes, you
there we go.
are up there. It's a
It's about-
decently good time. Bluey is off doing some drills with Courage. She only has a few years to become the guardian of the forest and the champion of Kalkan and all those things that she's got to do. So she's getting those things done, and you are able to babysit Loran very successfully, as far as you're aware. The rest of you, station is as busy as ever. You manage to hop onto a teleportation circle, and you are brought back to Versailles. It is fairly early in the morning. You'd say you still have a couple of hours before your allotted time with Zarina. If there was anything you wanted to accomplish here. If not, you can go straight to the Sealy Court and just wait in her office.
Can we go shopping?
Sure.
You can certainly go shopping, yes. So you head down
I
to
thought you were
the...
going to do a patented, you can certainly
try. You can certainly try.
Roll initiative.
I cannot take credit for that. That is the great Matt Mercer, of course. But yeah, I made it my own. Yeah, you guys can certainly go shopping. So you go all the way down to the Artibitar district, the lower city, where the taverns, the businesses are. You've walked through here enough to sort of know. Well, your last visit was a little while ago, but you've been here, walked these streets a few times, and you have an idea of where things are. So you can make me an investigation check to see if you can't find a magical shop of some kind.
You want some help, Brian?
Anybody who wants to help can roll one.
Yes,
I am.
please.
I am
Okay.
good at investigation.
I'm okay at it. I have a +3.
Unnatural 20.
Ooh,
God.
Same.
Nice.
Yeah. Wait, someone take it because I got a 10.
Yeah, we both have Cass and Steve have unnatural 20.
Brian's just like, ugh.
I have a healthy +9 to investigation. It makes me very happy.
I only have a +2.
Good roll.
I have a +3 and I rolled a 7.
Okay, so mostly with Cass's guidance, considering that
And
you.
Celia had
Yeah.
a unnatural
Oh,
20
Celia.
too.
Oh, sorry. Mostly with Cass and Slayer's guidance, also you are able to find a fairly nondescript magical shop. It's funny because you walked this street before, but you're certain this was not here then. It looks like it has been built into a tree. The door is just raw bark covered in moss, and there's just a slight glow from behind a carved window into the door. No glass in it. Sort of like a warm glow, as if the room inside is lit by candlelight. And there is a sign which is sort of written on a painter's palette, which is just sort of stuck above the door. And it just says, let me open my notes. because I need to pretend like I planned this place. So I need to I just need to like look at my screen and be like, names. This is
Cushion.
Boblin the Goblin's arcane materials. Boblin the Goblin's arcane materials. Do you go inside?
Sweet. Knock on the door.
Okay. You knock on the door and you just hear, "Come in."
Peer inside.
Okay. Inside, you see a fairly overwhelming, thrift shop-esque magical store. There are rows and rows of robes in various colors. On top of the shelves and on top of the sort of units of robes are shelves, which are stacked high with a whole manner of magical items. Most of them look very natural in their creation, carved from wood or stone or naturally occurring materials. Nothing quite like Loran's shop, which is all instruments of like finely sort of crafted like metals and jewels and that kind of thing. It's all very earthen toned, very cottage core.
I was
You might
gonna
say. And you make
Goblin
goblin core. This is what it is. It's goblin core, 100%. It's all a little bit like moldy, a little bit musty, but there's a charm to it. And inside, you see sort of like there is a very, very highly stacked sort of like column of books, and on top of that is just a slab of wood and a little bell, and peering over the top, almost teetering, spilling down, is this goblin. The longest nose you've ever seen, a very sharp point at the end. They've painted little daisies on their cheeks where you might imagine freckles would be.
I love it.
And they have their hair up, sort of swept back very neatly, and sort of like arranged in every other sort of like row of their hair is a little daisy, and they have huge ears, and they are wearing one of these goblin core outfits, and they just kind of look down and they just say, "Can I help you?" They're shouting because they're so high up.
I just look back
Hello!
at Cass. Do you think they're safe up there? Should we like prepare for 4 or?
I think if they've chosen to be up there, they're fine. Hi, sorry,
Hi!
hi, yes. My friend, I love firstly the daisies. Great.
Thank you.
Do you want some real daisies?
These are real, but I'll have more. Wait, I'll come down. And she pops off and starts kind of crawling, and you just hear
Brian
like
looks so
"Oh!"
relieved when she comes down. He's like,
Oh my gosh! And there's just like a scattering of like papers as you just hear a slip, and she just boom, boom, boom. I'm fine. And she
I knew that was going to
crawls
happen.
around the side of the tower of books, and she comes up to Cass. She maybe comes up to just below your hip, and Allstead
Oh
just
my
below
God.
your knee.
Cass has never felt taller in her life. She's like, what the hell?
Hello.
Aww.
Hi.
Hi.
Cass is like, here's a daisy. And
Oh,
just
thank you. That's so kind. I've never had customers come in and give me something without asking for anything in return before. Wow, that's so kind of you.
my friend is actually looking for it, but
Oh,
here's
okay,
your
no, that's
daisy as
fine.
well.
Oh, that's sweet of you. And she puts it in her hair. What are you looking for?
Wow. I was looking for any item that you had which could help with anti-possession. Bit
Oh,
heavy, but
no, I think we have stuff like that. Not here though. That's in like the you know the back room. Hang on. Let's go. And she takes your hand, Ulster, as much as she can reach.
okay.
Kind of starts
Brian's
pulling
like
you
leaning
forward.
down.
Come on, let's go.
Goes
Starts
with her.
pulling you towards the back room. Daisy lady, please come too.
Thing.
Ha,
Yeah.
Daisy lady.
I like
Come
Cass
to.
is like that is the cutest name that I've ever had.
Okay, you guys make your way back. Behind the Tower of Books, everyone. Sorry, is Slyer there as well? Okay, Slyer. All three of you. You have to kind of like clamber a bit. So maybe a dexterity check as you kind of make your way through this shop to stop yourselves
Oh,
seeing anything. Oh no!
Oh, natural one.
Oh,
Oh.
six.
I say if it doesn't look like Slea's gonna fit, she'll just stay like back.
Here's the thing, though. This goblin who she's insisting that you come.
Okay.
I got a natural 1. Daisy Lady is down.
Daisy Lady down. 6 and Slayer.
Oh wait, hang on. There it is.
Natural 20. Oh, okay.
Can yours be so natural that you actually pick Daisy Lady up and just throw her?
So here's funny. You get ahead of yourself there. So what happens is, Allstair, you kind of clamber through first. With her help, she's leading you through. You do stumble a little bit, but you don't fall flat on your face. You get a couple of paper cuts, but you're okay. Cass, you just go boom, like literally like slipping through, and you send a whole tower of books just like teetering. Slayer, you manage to catch all of the books and kind of push the tower back up, using your own body to shield Cass Cabedon-esque on the floor.
Leah, thank you. That is not how I want to go.
Crushed by a pile of books in a goblin shop.
That is not how I imagined my death. So thank you.
Of course, yeah.
Imagine if you would have had to resurrect Cass because she was crushed by a pile of books.
Also, there'd have to be some chunky ass books to have actually definitely killed me. But
yeah, they're pretty chunky, but I think anyway, it wouldn't necessarily killed you, it would have hurt. But you make your way through, and the goblin just says, well, my dad Boblin usually runs this part of the shop, but he's not here right now. He's not buying more inventory, so I'll just do it. It'll be fine. Let's go inside, and I hope nothing hurts us. Yay! And she starts opening the door. There's like 12 locks on it, and she's like, do, clunk. As the lock just kind of falls to the ground, she's like, oh, can barely hold it up. Next one. And you guys keep going up the locks. They're very hefty, very solid iron, like cast iron locks, and each one weighs a decent amount. And the last one, it has like this sort of like strange, like red burning rune on it. And she just says, hang on, I have to unlock this one with the passcode. And she just speaks Abyssal at it.
So what did she say?
Yeah,
what did she say?
Maybe Slayer.
Unlock, please.
Yeah, Slea didn't get that one.
No. And it just kind of like pops open with a rush of heat and smoke, and it burns away. And then the door is like, she's like, hang on, okay. And she pulls it open. And you go from this really quite charming goblin core earthy room to cast iron walls, heat like emanating from every surface, these like coal items nearly charred in their appearance. Each one is more menacing than the last arranged.
No.
Oh no.
Whilst we're having a break, I have to say, as much as I miss Neff not being with us, I'm very glad Neff isn't walking into the shop with us, being like, "Oh, look at this!"
It's good dynamic.
Am I back now?
You're back.
Yeah.
What was the last thing you heard?
Cast iron walls.
Cast iron walls.
Okay, cool. Yeah, on these cast iron walls, you see arranged almost altar style these various infernal looking devilish instruments. Everything's like kind of charred, covered in coal and soot a little, and at the very end of the room there is just like a shadowed plinth which you can't even see what's on it, and she's just like, this is the back room. I think we might have something here. Do you guys have anything in particular looking for? Sorry, possession? Anti-possession?
Anti-possession.
Anti-possession. Right. I understand. Don't touch anything. You might actually be possessed, which is the opposite of what you're going for. Or you might call forth the spirits of the damned. We don't want that, do we?
Brian crosses his arms against her, and then he grabs Cass's arms and crosses them across. He's like, no. Sleah, I trust you.
Hey!
Slea's
Cass is follow
suit.
Can I just remind Cass of
Brian, and then just
dive
like,
into a pit of cursed gold and killed everyone? And I was like,
I was tempted. I never did it. I just considered it.
Okay. So, as you make your way through, she takes you towards a plinth at the far back of the room, which seems to. Am I bad?
Can you
Bit quackly.
Can you just plug in, unplug your phone?
Is it better now?
Does that because I don't change anything about my mic.
Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, well, my test
She was
didn't really
out.
work.
Now?
I think
Better.
so.
Better now. Okay. Right. So you go to the back of the room and find a. I don't
It's
know
still
how
bad.
to fix it.
Technical difficulties. Ha ha ha.
No, I can't hear you at all.
God damn it.
Emma, we can't hear you at all
No.
now. You see it? Wait.
Can someone say something?
Yeah, there you are.
Ah,
there you
there
are.
we go.
Hey, we can hear you now.
There you are.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes,
It's
so
so
we are
echoey, why?
really delayed on your end.
Oh God! Why is this happening? No, it's really lag.
Oh no.
Well, guys, we now take over the game.
It's our game
And
now.
it's a revolt. It's a mutiny.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, it sounds okay.
Okay. Let's just try this,
Again?
Okay. What the fuck is an ebon death?
Doesn't
Let's not
sound great.
No.
Oh, the echo.
How are you all doing?
I feel
Right.
mean for pointing it out, but I feel like I have to point it out because otherwise it's going to be.
Because it's like normal for a
I'm
while.
not angry. I'm not angry or anything. I'm just
Yeah.
annoyed at you guys. I'm just annoyed at the fact that it happens because I don't change anything to do with my equipment in between other than.
Does it happen
turning
after a
my
computer
computer
crash, usually?
I don't know. Is it happening now?
Not right now.
Okay, let's just continue before it's too late.
There you go.
Okay.
It seems like when your computer crashes, then you come back, it's all like... And we can hear ourselves like 10 seconds later back on your end for some reason.
But now it seems okay.
Yeah, now it's like
Cool.
fine.
So,
Back to Boblin.
this isn't Doblin.
Well, actually, what is your name?
My name is Doblin. My dad is
Doblin.
Boblin. I'm Doblin the Goblin.
A pleasure to meet you.
Boblin is a free elf. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, coming back to Manchester, I'm getting actual tea now. It's not like at home where I'm like...
I live alone.
Okay, Emma.
Lonely. It's fine. Okay. So you guys are able to go to the back of the room and look at the item that Doblin the Goblin presents to you. Also, you see a sort of round obsidian disc with a single rune, which, if you look at it long enough, it kind of does resemble maybe the anti-possession rune in a way. Maybe it's a different language. And she says, "I think this is the best that we can get. It's it protects you from evil."
Evil.
Mm.
Like evil people?
Well, let me just get the stats up. Hang on. Magic items.
Oh, that was a good knee click.
I love a good knee click.
That's all my knees do.
Mm.
Click, click, click.
Why is this not doing anything? There we go. Okay. It's in. Oh bloody hell! I can't open it on my D&D Beyond because it's in the DM's book, but I have the DM's book. I wish there was a way you could link them. Do you guys mind if I just go get the manual real quick?
No.
Oh. Okay, then I guess I just gotta go on with the game, don't we?
I said no, I don't mind.
No, I
did
I'm
mind, I would
joking.
say
I'm
yes.
joking. I'm just joking. Don't worry.
You're free to go.
Free to leave. Dismissed.
Get out. Yeah, Cass is
really-
also like. Oh, go on.
No, I was gonna say I'm really like psyched to see Neff's interactions alone with Loran, just
Yeah,
making
me
food,
too.
dance.
An attempt
Okay.
might be made.
I'd say it's very nice to be playing again and actually feel like I'm playing, as opposed to like a dead person watching.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry, what the fuck was that?
I said it's nice to feel like I'm playing again, as opposed to being
Oh,
like
a
a
dead
dead
person.
person watching.
Yep.
Few too many strong zeros.
Yeah, no, it was the Pims and the wine
Uh-huh.
and the sparkling wine, and
Ah.
then more Pims,
Ah.
and then more wine.
The combo though.
Yeah, I literally drank solidly from 2:30 to 11:30.
Oh my
I never
goodness.
didn't have a drink
Wow.
in my hand. Yeah, that's a long time.
That's a long time.
I don't
Yeah.
enjoy alcohol enough to do that.
It was great.
I don't enjoy
I
alcohol.
didn't think I was that drunk. Then I woke up the next morning and I was like, oh no. Oh no.
I only drink to get drunk. I actually don't like the taste of alcohol or like the sensation. Otherwise, I'm just
Yeah,
like,
that's what I used to be like. And then something happened.
I like cocktails. I'll drink those.
Okay. So what this is okay. So the first thing that they present you with is a stone of protection from evil, and specifically, the stone of protection works against a specific type of creature chosen by the DM. So it would be, in this instance, fiends. That was that one. And then she says, if that's not quite what you're looking for, we have this.
Cass is like,
I need it against a person, like a singular, a singular evil person.
Okay, and she takes you to another plinth, which is equally shrouded in shadow and mystery and evil vibes, or protection from evil vibes, I should say. And she says, "Well, this will give you an advantage on saving throws against being possessed."
Do I really have that? Wait. Can I just check? I don't know if that's going to help, Brian.
Dublin, while my friend is just having a think about it, the obsidian disc, does that
Hi.
protect you from evil fiends after death? Just asking for a friend.
No one's ever asked that before. Well, death is yet another adventure and a mystery to us all.
Not for
Except-
me.
Oh,
I mean,
oh,
not for
you're
my
one of the
friend.
dead kind.
No.
You
Yeah.
have been one of the
No.
dead kind.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Not fun.
Oh, wow, I'm not really
But-
looking forward
but-
to dying
But
now.
no, don't worry. My death is going to be different from your death.
Oh,
I'm sure your
How
death will
so?
be nice. Oh,
Oh.
just mistakes in my life have led to damnation in my future.
okay.
Chill out.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry. Also, let me clarify this. This has like a charge which you can use if you fail the save. You can go again. Sort of that kind of vibe, rather than like
So
it.
it's kind of like already having the luck feat.
Yeah, it's kind of
Mm,
the options at the moment on the table.
Probably not. That's a nice weight you got there, Thomas. Thomas is just waiting.
So in Loran like peers over his shoulder as he's working on the Chronologica, and
Let's do the workout.
just just like pumping iron.
Hey, Loren. How you doing?
Probably stronger than Loran.
Stop flexing.
Literally.
Mm.
How much is it?
Yes. Hang on.
Probably not worth it. Brian's gonna be really rude and be like, no, walk out.
Oh no, Cass
Oh.
has some other questions before we.
It
and she's
is-
going to whisper to Brian, like, "Don't be rude. It will hurt my sales tactics."
Hang on a second.
I never know if I'm being rude. You have to tell me.
Okay, well, just
Hold.
smile then. Always smile.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, it's just Emma focusing and Thomas weightlifting or like flexing, and then it's like the two images, and then us three just like.
A reaction to expend 1 charge and turn the failed save into a successful one.
Oh, so you can choose to save.
So it's like
that's what I was saying. You get
Oh,
like
okay,
a ring
that's
of
way
evasion,
better.
but for
Yeah.
possession.
That's way better. I thought it was just you get advantage, and I was like, but I
Sorry,
can
yeah.
do that.
You have it just says as it gets you 2 benefits. The first is that you get advantage, and if you fail the save, you can expend it has 1 charge per day, you can expend it to succeed the save instead. It costs 500 gold pieces.
Oh, I'll get that one.
Cool.
Brian smiles.
Good shit.
Not rude. Not rude.
Alrighty.
No, that wasn't rude at all.
For sure.
Um,
Wait, sorry. I'm sorry. It has 12 charges, and after you expend all of the charges, it destroys itself.
Well, let's hope
but
he doesn't try
12
to possess
charges
me
was
12
pretty
times.
good.
Yeah, sorry, I'm misreading this so hard. I'm like, okay. That's what it is. 12 charges, and that's all it has, and then it crumbles and Doblin says to you with very little confidence, this is in character.
I'll still take it.
Okay, it's 500 gold pieces, please. And what was Cass going to do?
So no, seriously, would that protect you beyond death? Thank you so much, lovely. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that's
You
the
take items
biggest
beyond
team
death?
mug I've ever seen.
Oh no, it's not. I have one which is double the size.
Wow.
Oh, I think I know.
She says, well, here's the thing. I mean, unless you're from a culture which sort of believes that you can, at least I was raised to believe that you can't bring material items with you beyond death.
Yeah, probably.
But if
Okay.
you think you're going to encounter any powerful fiends in the living times, then maybe.
Can you give me more info? Like when you say it protects you against evil and fiends, what exactly does it do?
Well, that's a very good question. Hi, I'm
I was like
right now.
rifling through the book.
Well, she picks up her pamphlet and she's just like, give me a minute.
It's understandable. You have many items here.
So many, and these ones are the scary ones, which I'm not really good at doing. Cool. No! Fucking hell, I can't stop singing the Jurassic Park
You've been
theme.
doing that for 3 years.
I know, it sucks. Okay. Okay. You use an action to activate this, and okay. Use an action to activate it, and you are enclosed in an invisible barrier that extends from you to form a 5-foot radius, 10-foot high cylinder. For 5 minutes, this barrier prevents creatures of the specified type from entering or affecting anything within the cylinder. The cylinder moves with you and remains centered on you. However, if you move in such a way that the creature of the specified type would be inside the cylinder, the effect ends. A creature can attempt to overcome the barrier by using an action to make a charisma check. On a success, the creature ceases to be affected by the barrier.
Cass is like, psh, psh, nah, that's not going through shit. She's like,
That's sweet.
she doesn't actually say that. She's like, yeah, okay, okay, that probably won't do what I need it to do. But being in here and being surrounded by these types of objects, I never thought I would actually find something like this. But do you have a devil's talisman?
Let me look that up real quick.
Because when you said like
purpose?
specific, so that I can control it.
I look at Cass like, what?
Huh.
I'm looking that up.
It's okay, guys.
Ah. It's a nice night for a walk. Do you mind if I join you? I'm just reading it. It reminds me of this song, which sounds like a Devil's Deal song. Okay, hang on. No, why is it all blocked content? Okay.
Yeah,
and
so it's basically
deal.
linked back to that spell.
Those contracts, devils can enter into deals specific circumstances. Okay. If a summoner on another plane knows the devil's true name or has its talisman as described, well, shit. Okay, interesting. She says, well, those kinds of objects, if we did have them, would be very expensive, very rare, considering that they're from, the hells.
Of course.
Um,
Um,
you are all very well dressed, so I don't doubt that you have the money for it. But it's really expensive.
How expensive?
could you? How expensive?
Well, funny you should ask, because I'm about to open the page again, which would tell me. Why do I close these things when I know I'm going
We
to need
still
to
have the boxes, the ones from the sisterhood that we've just left in the bag of holding, never looked at.
You can try
True.
opening them and see what happens.
Maybe we do that
I
not in
have
the shop.
I
We
have
can find that
the
out at a later date.
the stats for those.
No.
Shit, where did this page go? It had
To be honest, Cass definitely would be trying to open them at some point.
list of
Less for
expenses.
the loot. That's a side thing. More for like trying to find them.
Oh my god. Sometimes I hate this book, but I need it. Okay.
I'm just gonna refill my water.
Do you? Well, okay. We're talking thousands of gold pieces.
Okay. If I could have an exact number, and then I can kind of like work around that. I'm not saying that I can do that right now, but just so I know.
Well, if you want to save, you're looking in the 10,000 gold-ish ballpark.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah.
And I also have to, if I do sell you something like that, I have to make you sign a waiver form, which guarantees that it might not always work, but it would work some of the time. But there's also no guarantee that if the devil, finds a way around it, that it wouldn't kill you, and we don't want you haunting us in the afterlife. It's not good for business.
Oh, don't worry. My afterlife is going to be much busier than being able to haunt you, so you would never have to worry about that.
It is also still store policy. We make you sign.
Oh no, of course. It's your job. But yes, you're right. I don't have 10,000 gold. That is.
You have a smile that's worth 10,000 gold.
Oh, stop it, you.
Yeah.
Well, that was useful to know and also disheartening. But thank you for your help. It was very helpful.
You're welcome. I'll tell my dad that you guys were here. He'll be so happy that we made a sale. It's the only sale we've made all week.
Oh no.
I know people don't like our aesthetic. It's upsetting.
Your aesthetic is great. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Would you like to buy some clothes?
I don't know if I need any clothes. Unless you have anything specifically that you think is just I have to buy, then I'd take a look.
A fancy hat?
Well, a hat would be lovely, but I don't think it matches my aesthetic.
A fancy cape?
Cass is like, oh no, we're entering into sales territory. And she's like, damn it.
Did you
We have some nice boleros.
Oh no, honey, that was like 10,000 gold.
Oh.
The talisman, when you say a talisman, it's like a literal like part of a devil that you could then use to control the devil. So it's very much.
I did think that even if I asked, that I wouldn't get it, but I thought it was worth asking.
Yep.
We could favors, eventual payback. A loan.
No, it's a small shop.
I'm just so surprised that Allstar is suggesting that after everything he's been through. I think
a small shop like this.
I've been deep in debt before.
Also, I'm already in debt. People, I don't really want to be indebted to this small shop. But I'd feel really bad for if I died prematurely.
Oh,
Wow, that
was
got
sad.
really dark.
Here's another daisy. Let's go to the nice part of the shop again. And
Yay! She
if we
closed the
ever
door and
need
locked.
anything again magical, I promise I will. This will be one of the shops that I definitely come to first, and I will
Okay.
recommend it. Do you have any cards?
We do, yes. And she passes you a card. It is written on it's a business card written on a piece of bark, just like etched into it. And she's like, "This is for you. Now, we're not always here. We're sometimes on
Okay.
different planes of existence. But when we are here, please come and visit. There is no schedule. The shop has a mind of its own. Okay, bye."
Okay.
That must be very interesting.
It is an experience. Every
Bye.
day is an adventure. But if you want to come back, I think we're going to be here for at least this day. Although
Awesome.
nothing's certain in this world.
Thanks very much, Dublin.
Thank you.
It's okay. Bye.
Bye, Dublin.
Bye.
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 Bye. And she closes the door.
Bye.
Dublin, daughter of Boblin, the goblin. All right, and you guys make your way back towards Viseros. And at that, I think we'll take a quick break. Come back at like just before 7:50, 6:50, 8:50, whatever time it is.
Yeah. Yeet.
Before the just before the 50 would be good. All right,
Yeet.
old boys. I will see you
Bye.
soon.
Audio.
Let's play
Boom.
Dungeons and Dragons,
Video.
where we have yet
Boom,
to
we're back.
encounter a proper dragon, and we have yet to go into a real
George and I
dungeon.
fought a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
We've
That's
been
true.
in dungeons.
Yeah, actually, okay.
The
I take
first
all of those
campaign,
things
we
back.
did all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made an
Pretty
active
much.
effort. I made an active effort to get every possible realm of D&D thing in there, which is why a prayer was so chaotic, because I was like, I want every possible experience you could have in this condensed short time we have. Little did I know. Little did I know.
Little did you know.
Did we know? Indeed. Okay, as we come back in, hello everyone. You are making your way up towards the seat of the Sealy Court. Walking up the tree top, no, God, I can't even do this. The tea tree, the treetop stairwells that lead to the upper city. Is there anything you would like to say to each other, to speak about before you enter into the Sealy Court proper?
Cass would, Brian, when you speak to Cruel, do you want like us to be present or like hidden? I don't know if you want Cruel to be able to see us or not.
I think he'd probably be able to see us regardless.
True. But also, you probably don't want us to talk. You probably want to keep it that you talk. It might be worth getting some, or seeing if he does talk, to get any information about Alan.
I mean,
as
Cass,
one of the things.
You want to talk to him?
I don't
not
want to
really
talk to him, and I think
I'm not going in to get information out of him necessarily. I don't think he would respond well to that. Are you okay, George? You're very laggy for me.
Oh,
it's moving like 0.5 speed. I'm like,
back?
Yeah, it's fine. What were they saying? Okay. With Cruel, I'm kind of just trying to ascertain if that's him, and if he does talk, I would let him talk about whatever he wanted to.
I see.
Cruel kind of does things on his own terms. He always has, but again, I think if you want to talk to him, this might be the last opportunity. I think I should probably go in by myself, since I now have this, and he holds up his little talisman. But if you guys want to wait outside and talk to him, I'm sure he'd at least say something, have some reaction.
Yes. I'm wondering if
Especially
seeing
you,
him might provoke, some sort of response. I don't know. We can see. But I'm happy to stay outside, come in, whatever you think is best in this situation. I defer to you.
I don't own Cruel, thankfully.
No.
So we can just go in one after the other.
Okay.
He might not even talk to me. He might just be like, go, leave.
Okay. Also, like, if he makes any move, like, we're going to protect you.
Thank you. He's in a circle. Hopefully he can't do anything.
Yeah.
He did shoot like smoky stuff at me last time, but it didn't reach me, so I think it's okay. But I did try to blight him, so fair.
He deserved it.
Okay, so you make your way up to the top of Viseros, into the Sealy Court. It is as busy as it was yesterday, perhaps even more so. You can't really read necessarily how the preliminary sort of hearing went, just from the faces of the people. These people here, everything that goes on in this place, it's a job for them, and they take everything as it comes with as unreadable, inscrutable an expression as anyone else doing their job might. However, if you want to learn more information about the hearing, you can always speak to Zarina.
Can I drop a sneaky scry on Cruel as we go in?
Sure you can. Can you just
So
make
-9.
okay, I think what you would also know is that you would need Zarina to drop the wards sort of protecting him so that you can get a full vision. So it might you don't know whether she's done that yet, so it might be a situation of the same thing happening again. But I think Brian would have known that. So
Okay.
yeah.
We'll just say he scries when he's in there, because I think.
Yeah. We'll get to that. Yeah. So you first go up to Serena's office and knocking on the door. She answers and she smiles and she says, "Hello again. And we all here, all ready to go?"
Oh, yeah. I bought you a present that I actually forgot. I just spent your 5
Oh,
GP, and
oh.
I almost forgot to not give you. He pulls out the ice cream you got from the palace. Yeah.
And she takes it. She says, "This is marvelous. Exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Oh, you're amazing. Okay, let me put this down." And she goes back inside and plops it on her desk, pride in place. And she comes back and she is in full sorcerer gear. And she just says, "So I can give you 10 minutes.
Mhm.
That's about as much time as we'll have. Are all of you going inside? Because you'll need to be all in the same room when this happens. Once he's out, I will not open the door again for anyone else."
Okay. In that case, let's all go.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Unless Leah, if you guys don't want to, if you're planning to say anything.
I mean, it's a risk, but if
Also, you guys
it's
are
either
protected against possession. That's a point.
Yes. Did you manage to find something, Ulster?
Hold on.
Right. I'll see if I can't get you something better. Just give me some more time.
It's fine for now.
Okay.
And I'll cast something on you before you go in,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Well, I was going to suggest if Ulster already has this, then one of you should take that spell. I think
If you're
Ulster,
coming in.
if you're coming in, that
I
is.
mean, I would still like to go in.
Okay.
Well, then perhaps whatever spell you intend to cast would be better cast on Cass. And are you staying outside, Slayer?
I can only cast it on one, so that
What spell were you considering?
protection from evil and good. It
Mm,
protects against possession.
okay.
I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Yep. That is a similar spell to what is inside the amulet. It's not something I can. It's not something I'll be able to cast right now, considering everything else I have to do. But Slayer, you'll probably have to stay outside if you
That's
are
fine.
worried about possession.
Is that okay, Slayer? I don't want to take your place
No,
as it's
it's
your
fine.
spell.
He's been in my mind before. I don't want to risk it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
If you get it, he probably wouldn't answer questions about Elijah. So
If you want me to have a question, it does seem to be in a boasty, chatty, arrogant mood. If you have a question you want me to say or ask, let me know and I can.
okay.
But it's I can also message you, and then if need be, you can always tell me.
Okay. Thank you.
I must actually warn against casting any kind of spells whilst you're in there.
Okay, then just tell me now.
You could always shout through the door. Old-fashioned way.
Well, if he just seems chatty about it, you might just press him to see about their plans.
Like I said, you only have 10 minutes, so anything you can get in that time. And then afterwards, let's come back here because I have some small updates for you all, which you can pass on to my sons and then to Neff as well later. Right. Shall we?
Okay.
And Serena puts her arm around you, all stare, and gives you one quick squeeze before leading you all down into the basement area of the Sealy Court. Past the rooms you remember Loran being locked up in the first time you all came here, past the courtroom in which you all gave your testimony, down a small flight of stairs and around a corner in a shady corridor where there is but one door, you see, lined up outside, 4 sorcerers, the same 4 Ulster who you encountered the previous day. Only this time they do not prevent you or question your approach at all. They just move aside, nodding to Zarina, deferring to her.
I think Brian says to Cass as they go, "You go first. You ask what you want."
We'll go in together.
No, but you speak first.
Okay, well, let's just see if he even bothers speaking at all.
Before they go in the room, Slay will cast protection from good and evil. It's a touch spell, so.
There is a moment when the sorcerers all begin to pull into position, but Zarina holds up her hand. It's fine, let them do their thing. And you cast.
Thank you, Slia. I feel very protected right now.
Okay. You turn towards the door and you see Serena has her hand on the handle and she just says, "All right, he's not yet out of the locket.
Mm-hmm.
I will open it once we're all inside."
I'll
Don't-
scry just to check. Whilst Cass is talking.
Mm-hmm.
Don't cast any magics.
Is
Other than the scry, we've already discussed that, but anything I'm not expecting is more of the problem. Okay? No blights. Looks at you all stare. No matter how much he gets under our skin.
Cass is mentally going, no fire. Okay.
I think Cass and Brian were like, "No fire. No blight."
Like, no fire, no blight. They look at each other and be like, we can do it.
No fire, no blight. No fire, no blight. Okay. So, Zarina opens the door, and inside you are met with the same room you left I feel like the last time you were here was at least a week ago, at least weeks.
It was yesterday.
In this room.
That was like 6 months ago.
6 months ago, yeah. Inside there is a circle drawn on the floor, much the same as it was previously. In each corner of the room there is a sorcerer. And Zarina closes the door behind and she says, "Now, this might look freaky. Don't mind me. I am going to step into the circle to free him. I'm fine."
Huh.
And she steps forward and crosses the boundary of the circle, standing behind the chair where you see the locket is placed, closed. She gives you a look, all stare, a nod, and then you a look too, Cass. A little smile. And she pops the locket open. With a hiss, like a can being popped open almost.
Cruel, spicy.
Spicy. A weak sort of like haze fills the chair, and then, as if unfolding from the locket, Karul is seated before you. And Zarina stays in the circle just a moment longer, and then walks back out of it, takes a single step. And Karul looks first at you, Cass, quickly passes his eyes over you, and then back to you, Ulster. To what do I owe the pleasure? And from behind him, Zarina just nods at you all stare.
I'm gonna pop my scry.
-9?
Yeah, you have to roll a 27.
Oh, it's really bad. Very, very bad roll. With his modifier added and then -9, it would be an unnatural 1. So, your vision shudders for a moment, hit by a range of senses, magics, all the wards that are around him dropping at once, and there is that feeling of being pulled upwards, your magic pulling itself almost from your chest, pulling your vision out of you. Then it falls right back into place, and you are looking directly at Kurul in the same room. In this state now, as he is here. His
Okay, I
soul
drop
and
the
elf
scry.
all. Okay. And she gives you a look like,
Was the main reason that we I want to double check before I start talking, that he hasn't been answering any of their questions or talking at all. So they kind of want us to see if we can like
Not very
get him
chatty, Cruel.
get him to start chatting. Ooh, there is an echo.
oh,
Is it me? Emma?
it's me.
Oh.
Bye, Emma.
Better?
1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dee.
Do. No, I'm sad. No, I don't do that. Why did I do that to myself? Okay. So, as you are standing there, you're able to say whatever you want to him. You have 10 minutes. The main reason you came here was to check his soul was there. With that
Okay.
confirmed, you can press on with whatever line of questioning you like. If he chooses to answer, that is uncertain.
Yeah. Cass is like a little unsure how to proceed because she doesn't want to lead with the alarm question.
He is just sitting expectantly.
Brian looks Cass.
So Elijah seems to be making a lot of progress without you present. How do you feel about that? Not being able to help at all?
Sorry, I had to get out of the system.
3 friends trying to have like a very serious chat, just being like, "What? No, we're not friends right now."
Not friends.
Not friends.
He doesn't say anything to that.
Come on, Cruel. Not even a little bit. Oh, God, being in a locket's really changed you.
Cat and Crow just burst out laughing.
As Cass and like Cruel are like, "Wait, are we being funny together?" No,
No.
not friends. Not friends.
I've been doing some soul searching, so perhaps I have changed somewhat. A lot of free time on my hands now.
Any luck with the soul searching?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I mean,
He's not looking at you, Cass. He's looking at Allstar when he speaks. Just so
yeah, Cass is like fully expecting that. Well, of course I would like to know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked.
All laughter is out of character. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
continuing.
there is
no
not
laughter from Allstar.
There might be like a smile, as in like you're an asshole who thinks he's clever smile from Cass, but there's no actual amused smile.
I
From
understand.
Cass.
He just shrugs. I'll let you make your own conclusions.
Brian just places a hand on Cass's shoulder, like, if you want to say anything.
chats with Alan recently? Or is that not part of the soul searching?
Recently?
Or any time, really?
How recent are you thinking?
Well, you guys were close. Are you still close?
To answer your question, why would I answer?
I don't know. Because you like flaunting your success. You who've managed to, I'm assuming, probably manipulate not Cruel, I didn't say that, Alan into helping you with what you want.
No manipulation necessary. Our goals are quite aligned and always have been.
And always will be.
He doesn't say anything.
Cass will start rolling some persuasions now because
Oh god. Oh. Okay.
she's specific.
I think
like
Cruel has mad high though, charisma.
Yeah, she's a lot. Really, she wants to get some more information about Alan, is why she's here. And Alan's goals and their goals are aligned. So
Right to the back.
ugh, thank God I
Oh.
have good pluses. 18, because that was a terrible roll.
To that, I say, ha, 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 ha. He doesn't say anything, unfortunately. Did you only come here to ascertain whether my soul was still in my body? I'm glad you came. At least I have a handle on where you are in your investigations now.
Brian's just gonna wait for Cass to be like done. He wants Cass to be able to ask her questions and try and get
I
a
think
response.
She would kind of squeeze Brian's hand back because she wants him to be chatty, and so she feels like if Brian can get him talking, then I know, but if Brian can get him talking even somewhat, then he might answer her questions more because he's just being very silent about a lot. She's going to see if they can get anything else.
I think Brian's going to be very unhelpful, so I apologize in advance, but I do have stuff planned that Emma knows about.
Yep.
So,
yeah, go for it.
I think Brian's kind of noticing that Kurul's given Cass purposeful, annoying silent treatment. It must be boring to be asked the same questions. Questions that aren't about you, but about what you affect around you. What does Alan want? What's Painite got to do with it? Why did you kill your entire family? It's kind of like an interview for a common criminal, right? Don't imagine you're fond of that.
What questions would you ask me? You who knows me so well.
I just like knowing how you feel, hearing you talk and not pretend anymore. It's if Crawl talks over Brian, that's fine.
He just sort of said, "You like the sound of my voice?"
It's just strange to think all those years I wasn't really talking to you all the time. It's nice to hear that that wasn't real, that person wasn't real.
It's funny how you talk about me back then. Like I really was someone so different when I think we both know that you knew deep down what I was capable of, even if you were a child.
Maybe
There's a reason you idolized me.
Maybe also pretending I was someone else.
You're certainly somebody else now.
Can I inside check him?
Sure.
Oh,
me.
29.
Fuck.
I rolled a 19.
What do you want to know?
He seems a bit annoyed. I
Yeah.
don't know. Like, can I
He-
gauge anything about his real emotional state? He says soul searching, but it sounds like he's just a bit angry.
I mean, soul searching definitely seemed like a pun aimed at us
Yeah.
about the souls.
Mhm.
Like,
that much you can definitely gather. Yeah. He sounded angry. After that, specifically after that last part where you mentioned him and his past again. Not angry, but there's a vein of something there. Like anger.
press him. Keep going.
Why are you upset?
You think I'm upset?
Yes.
You think I'm not that person now? The person who could make a prince fall to his knees for me?
Brian twitches a little bit, but I think only Cass is close enough. I don't know.
I made you do so much for me. Look at you now. All the things you're still doing because of me. It doesn't matter what side you're on. I still have a hand on you. On your shoulder. The nape of your neck. I could crush it. Cut off your circulation. Stop any air reaching your lungs easily. This doesn't end with me. There is so much more I could do, and I'm choosing not to. But I just think it's funny, the way you disassociate. As though the past was something so foreign when it haunts you still.
If you could do so much, why are you in here?
You know the answer. You do. She knows it, and he jerks his head back as well, towards Serena. And Serena just looks up anywhere but the three of you. Three of you including Coral. Not Sly, obviously.
What are you waiting for?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I don't really think I came here to get information from you.
You just
I
missed
kind
me.
Maybe I missed you, but
Was there a reason you didn't bring your husband this time?
he is busy. I
I'm
couldn't
sure
make
he
time
is.
for you.
I'm glad you could.
Are you missing anything in here?
Our time together.
Insight check.
Mhm.
That's not bad either. That's a 24. 14 plus 10.
Use the blue one. Oh, why am I looking at my screen? My Coral notes are here. Huh, the very back.
Ugh.
I do need to update the sheet though. Oh fuck. Yeah, you can't really get a read on him at that point. But he looks like he's choosing whether or not to say something to you. Like he's rolling the words on his tongue.
They don't let us in here often. If you have anything to say. Considering I tried to kill you last time.
Would you like to try again? They don't let you in here often. Take the chances while you have them.
I don't think I want to kill you.
You're one of the few who doesn't.
Can't imagine that upsets you much.
It doesn't upset me. It actually makes me proud. Because you know, and you're smart. And I made you that way. I just really did mean what I said. I miss our time together. It makes me wonder what could have been. What future we could have had together. Perhaps if everything had gone the way we wanted it to, the children we could have had.
Oh,
Mm.
Brian
Can
steps
you
in
imagine
front
it?
of Cass at that point. He's just
Can
like,
you imagine it? Because I think I can. I can even
imagine.
think of the names I might have chosen.
You're only imagining, you don't know.
Am I? You have a way to confirm, I'm sure you do. Don't
I
you want
just
to know?
hope that you know that you could have had everything you wanted. At least, I think it could have been almost perfect for you if you hadn't been so arrogant. Don't blame me for not wanting you and for those who don't bow to you anymore. The obstructions you face. You should blame yourself. You deserve that much. Because I do know.
They say the multiverse, all those universes, what could have been. Some say they're real, in a way. I can only imagine that poor child suffering.
I'm gonna kick you now.
It's a shame that all you can do from here is imagine.
Is that truly all we can do at Camp Thuricas? Because I think imagining is certainly something you can do. But if you open your minds, there is much, much more available to us. And he stays silent, unless there's anything else you want to say.
Let me check my notes quick. Well, I said last time we wouldn't be here again. And yet here we are. So I can't really say if this is the final time we'll speak before you inevitably show us what you've been wanting to do. I don't really know what you're waiting for, but I'm not treating this as any sort of victory on our part. And I assume that perhaps when we speak again, it will be with your actual hands coming from my throat. I anticipate it.
I
And
look
if you are
forward to it.
If you are bored, he looks at Zarina and then he just reaches in his bag and he pulls out one of the old books that Quirrell gave him. He puts it on the floor and kicks it to the edge of the circle so that Zarina could potentially give it to Quirrell
Sure.
if you were bored.
Nostalgic, are we? Maybe I will
Trying to
read.
get rid of them.
They're worth a pretty penny. Remember that.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Until my execution, then.
Let's hope it's never mandated.
He doesn't say anything to that.
Brian looks at Cass, steps aside.
Give my regards to Alan. And Cass leaves.
Brian does look back as he goes, but then he turns around and also leaves.
Can I insight check him as I said that though? But I
Sure
mean,
thing.
he's got
He
crazy
did
high
actually
insight.
laugh. He did actually laugh at that point.
Okay.
When it's insight, he's combating it with deception.
Yeah, I mean, my insight is not. It's only +2, so that was caught.
You guys want to know? His
Ugh.
deception is +11.
Yeah, plus that's 15, so that's just not gonna cut the mustard.
He might roll a natural one. Holy shit!
Did you roll a natural one?
Yeah!
Oh my god!
What a natural one. Okay.
Oh, wait, no, I have one more question, but after.
To that, you look at him and you're not going to get a lot because you did only just ask a very sort of brief question about a brief like kind of inquiry into Alan. He does laugh quite openly. But then at the end he just kind of like rolls his eyes as if like, I can't believe this is where this is going. What exactly that emotion is, it's a little bit hard to say, but you got a natural one, so it's probably something akin to like, this is beneath me, this line of questioning.
Yeah.
Also?
Wait, this is going to be beneath him as well. Of course. I think Ulster stops as Cass is leaving, and he looks back at Quirrell. You probably won't answer, but I'm just curious. What do you feel? At all? I just want to know.
What do I feel for you?
For anything. You can answer it any way you imagine.
Disappointment. And I suppose because you're here, and because I know everything that could have been, everything I still can do, just a little bit satisfied.
I'm going to roll a final insight check on him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use luck because I want to do better than that.
He is also going to roll again, using his funky abilities.
That was good, but I'm going to go again. I'm going to use all my luck on bloody Quirrell. Okay, that's a bit better. 17 plus 10 is 27.
27. Disappointment is very honest. Satisfied, yes, but there's something else. He rolled quite high on his deception, so exactly what that is, it's hard to say, but there's a little bit more than what he's letting on. Perhaps a little bit of, if you dare think it, contemplation and is that regret? Just for a split second. Only because you got a 27. You wonder if maybe he looks like he's pondering something he regrets just a little bit.
Oh, I want to know. Yeah, Brian knows. What do you regret? If anything.
I am the kind of person who takes things as they come. I obviously have a plan. Far beyond your comprehension. But maybe you're correct in your guess that things could have been different. Better? Who knows? Different, definitely. especially for you. Like I said, you could have had a child. Who knows if you'll make it that far now?
That's me.
Who knows if Loran will make it that long?
The ram will make
I
it
don't-
as far as I make it. You'll have to kill me before him. I hope you enjoy that.
We'll see how that goes then.
Okay. I think Brian starts turning back around, then looks over his shoulder. I liked the name Rhea. And then he leaves the room.
Before you leave, the door shuts. Before the door shuts, you just hear, "So did I."
Bloody Karul makes me so angry.
Cool. Zarina follows out just a moment later, closing the door behind. He's back in the locket.
Can I sit down?
Yeah.
Cass, as soon as we
office.
leave, as soon as we
Indeed.
shut the door, by the way, Cass has immediately hugged Brian. Like as soon as the door's closed, she's like,
I think seeing
Yeah, I
Cass
think
hug
Brian's like-
Brian, like Slia joins in on this like group hug.
and if anyone wants like Cass to stop hugging, it's going to be a strength check.
I think Brian's like trembling a little bit, but not like he's cold. More just like he's either angry or upset or something like that.
Yeah, Cass casts mirror image, and then there's more Cass, there's more Cass hugging you.
Flashback across Brian's eyes. He's like,
As they hug you, you feel something cold press into your side from inside of your cloak. And you just remember the shape of the mirror. Ever present with you.
woo. Wonderful. Spectacular, even. Let's leave.
All right, so
Thank you for casting the spell, Slia. That was.
I wouldn't have wanted you to go in unprotected.
I mean, that's. Thank you.
as you are led towards Zorina's office, we're going to hop back to the material plane.
I want to see Neff.
I want to see my little boy.
I am here. I'm just turning my camera off because I like to slouch back when I'm not
I
in
get
scene. So everyone know that I'm still here, please.
That's fine.
That face as you switch off.
I actually might need to go to the loo again. I've drunk a whole lot of water in that scene for dramatic tension. So I'm gonna just really quickly go to the loo.
Alright, we'll do BRB.
Prepare yourself, Neff.
Yourselves, Neff. My multiple Neffs are getting ready.
I have an F too.
Okay.
Boom, we're back.
Okay.
Hello.
I believe you.
I'm gonna show off this on stream.
No.
Look at my cute little icon. Shoutouts to
We
Alan.
are young.
Thank you. Oh my god, this is nice. Joining in on the squad.
So I set the world on fire.
Oh,
You
oh,
can
my
go right.
ears, they bleed, they bleed.
Can you believe I play a bard in a campaign?
I can.
He's a glam rock bard, and I can do a good fake screamo scream. Not right now.
Fake screamo scream. Oh my god, I would like to request
Cass
a fake
changed her
screamo
hairstyle,
scream
didn't
at
she?
some point.
Pardon? Yes, casted.
Okay.
Not in the zone.
We can. Do you want me to message you?
Okay, so Nefel Karadaman Yazar.
Yes.
If you're ready.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Saying goodbye to everybody at the door of the Chronologica, you go back inside and you encounter Corvius swapping out with another assistant, considering he's been going on through the night, who takes up a position beside Loran and begins to continue unweaving, unraveling the tangled threads of magic, which are just coalescing and drifting, pulled every which way by the magic of the Chronologica from Loran. Loran already has picked up a sweat on his brow. He looks tired, especially considering he only had 4 hours sleep. But, this is part of what he needs to do to get this done. For the first hour or so of your vigil, nobody says anything to you. They certainly appreciate your presence, you think, but they're all quite busy sorting out their own things. And after about an hour, you hear the door open, in spite of the protests of a voice from outside, who doesn't sound like Corvius or anyone you know, but just being like, you can't go in there. This is a very magical. I am a princess. I can go anywhere I want. So you know who I am. And you get the impression Danielle is fighting to come into the Chronologica, even though you know that technically she's not allowed to go in.
Could I attempt to... Well, I should be staying in here, I guess, if Loran is here, but can I just walk up to the door and talk to Danielle through the door, maybe, then, in that case?
Through the sort of crack, sort of like 5 inches that is open, Danielle appears and she just says, "My God, Neff,
Hi, Danielle.
get me inside here. Get me inside here."
I don't know if I can do that.
I think you can.
Can I? Can she come in?
You look at the man at the doorway and he
Hi.
says, Corvius. Did Corvius say it was okay?
No.
Danielle looks at you like,
He didn't say it wasn't okay.
make a persuasion check straight. It was going to be disadvantage, but because Danielle is kind of being like, I'm a princess, I'm allowed inside anywhere I go.
Persuasion is one of my better skills for some reason.
Interesting. There's a reason people still let you do the things you do. Yeah.
That's a 19 on the dice. That's a 26. It's the best roll Neff has had in like 12 sessions. That wasn't on a recap.
Corvius will wake up in 3 hours' time. You have 3 hours exactly. Don't do anything or cast any magic. And Danielle's like, I can't even do that anyway. I'm just going to write my smut book. And the man is like, huh? And then the door just closes behind. And Danielle settles against the wall where you were sitting and just pats the floor and just says, come on, let's watch the show.
Okay. How does the... I go and sit down. Or Neff goes and sits down next to Danielle.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. Hey. How is this?
How's it going?
It's been going. It's going all right. It's been peaceful. I've been thinking about whether or not I should try to continue carving this vase that I carved earlier, but it's kind of half done. Well, maybe 3/4. Should I?
Don't leave things unfinished. That's why I'm still working on my manuscript. I'm not going to stop until it's done, even though I've been working on it for so long.
I was kind of thinking of maybe waiting for Cass, but maybe you're right. Okay, I'll give it a try.
You can do it. You don't. I mean, I like Cass, but like you're your own woman. You can do whatever you want at any point in your entire life. You're also a princess. So what did you roll?
I feel like I've done that. Every time I've done that, it's gone disastrously. But you're right.
Do it.
What am I rolling?
You'll be rolling a dexterity check.
Alright, let's check my dex.
Straight up.
Oh, whew. Okay, that was a better number than I thought. I didn't see it in the light. Let's say 18.
18. Every time you begin to doubt yourself, Danielle's just like, do it! Come on! And,
Okay.
And you manage to chisel in a little bit longer. The noise is just like clunk, clunk, clunk through the otherwise quite ethereally quiet space. You only ever hear sort of like this sort of slight wisp of magic, like murmuring in your ears, other than just like this quite abrasive chipping away of stone, coupled with Danielle's like, oh my god, it looks amazing. You're so talented, Neff. Like, oh my gosh, it's so good. And as she keeps going, you kind of get a bit more confidence. You can roll me one more dexterity check with advantage this time.
Alright, let's do it. Alright, that first roll was a nat 1. Let's see what the next roll is.
Oh!
Oh, okay, better. Thank goodness I have advantage on that. Dex check, did you say? 17.
17. With a final clunk, 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 you kind of like make the sort of like not quite yet the last adjustments, but like you have the main body of the Sphinx completely finished. You just have to chisel in the inside to get it all nice and smooth. And Danielle's like, look, it looks so good. Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything so amazing in my entire life. And as you're like chipping away and you're how would you say anything to her?
I think it's just because I've got your support and encouragement. I usually don't do this well.
Yeah, it's really good stuff, isn't it? And then you just hear a, oh my god, will you both leave? From Loran. As he's just like,
Alright, I can't.
hands like elbow deep in the Chronologica, just like he gives you this look of just like, be quiet or I will make you.
Okay. I'll be quieter, but I can't break my promise to Brian. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't leave. I really can't. Can I persuasion check? Brian said I have to stay and keep an eye on you.
Certainly try.
Alright.
Persuasion check.
Alright, come on, dice. You rolled like a few good rolls. No, okay, I think my luck is running out. But it's a good modifier. It's a 13. With a 6 on the dice.
Damn, these NPCs aren't doing it today. Let's see if his modifier makes anything better.
He's just tired.
Did you roll 13, did you say?
Yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Loran did as well. What does this mean?
Roll again?
It's like a rock and a hard place.
You're at an impasse.
Had an impasse. Neither of us are convinced either way.
I will get Corvius back in here.
Isn't he sleeping? I think he kind of...
I will wake him up.
I think he should really rest.
Brian got permission to send Neff in there.
I don't think Corvius would be really
He's
happy
more
if you woke you up again.
Daniel.
Say again.
He's more talking about Daniel, is what I was just going to say.
Oh, okay. Does Neff know that? No. She just sees that he's looking in their direction. Right, do you want me to make you a sandwich or something?
Yes.
Okay.
I want a fried chicken sandwich.
Do we have fried chicken here?
In the kitchens, probably.
Okay. I'm gonna get an entire fried chicken between 2 loaves of bread. 2 loaves? No, 2 slices.
I mean, you're getting an entire fried chicken. It makes sense to put it between 2 loaves. You and Daniel will follow you out. And as you make your way down the steps, you kind of think, oh, oops, he got what he wanted. Because both of you have left. So you're going to make him a sandwich.
Well, he's only alone for a short time. I think Brian probably
a short time in which he could be kidnapped.
I don't think Loran would be kidnapped. He's pretty capable.
Bad babysitter Neff.
Are you going to tell Brian that you left
leave
him?
the child alone.
If Brian asks, I'll tell him.
Remember, Brian is my best friend, my first love, and everything in between. So be careful what you tell me, because I might tell it to him. But you are my sister, so that puts me at the
everything in between. Oh, it's okay. I'm an open book.
You're very curious, Neff.
I think I'm a little bit curious. I found out a lot more about dust than I ever thought I would at this trip, so that's kind of interesting.
I don't care about dust. Really.
Did you know that disappearing dust doesn't actually disappear? I was blown away.
That's mind-boggling, to be honest. But isn't dust quite like sand? I mean, no, I have to face my fears.
I think. I think sand is a lot nicer though.
No, I disagree wholeheartedly.
I don't
You
know. Dust
clearly
makes me kind of
have not
sleepy.
had my. You can't understand my trauma with sand.
I don't think I can. That's true.
No, oh my gosh, this is our first argument. I can't believe it.
I think my memories of traumatic
Well-
sand moments were kind of knocked out of my head when I hit my head when I was with Lorraine on the boat.
But it sounds like you've had plenty of traumatic moments since then. For example, you've lost an arm, and you've died like twice, and you killed like a really powerful creature that was integral to the balance of our home country. And you know, you watched your friends fight in ritual combat, and then you split everybody across the plane, scattering all of your powers and putting our home at risk in the hands of some awful Sphinx god. And then you like had to see the heads of all of your friends on spikes outside of like the place you thought was going to be safe, and then you went to a cult ridden town which you tried to save and you couldn't save, and now you're here, and the guy who's been plaguing one of your closest allies is like trapped, and they're gone over there and they might never come back. And yeah, there's a few more, but I just kind of
And I
got
broke
tired.
my nose too.
You broke your nose.
I
It's
broke
so
my nose.
scary. Mm. It
That's
kind of
why it's
suits
like
you.
wonky now, even though it's kind of healed.
Can I poke it?
You can. It's healed now,
Wow, and she pokes it.
and it feels just a little bit wonky.
Wow, it's a little bit wonky.
I know. Well, it didn't used to be, but it's kind of cool.
You reach the bottom of the stairs. There's still a little way to go.
Okay.
The way towards the kitchens is just ahead of you.
All right. I go
You
to the
make your way
kitchen.
down there. Yes. Make an investigation check. You're looking for a whole fried chicken.
Whoa! Nat 20.
Wah! You find a whole fried chicken. Here's what it is. You see a bunch of elves and humans, and you know there's plenty of Asimar, so you imagine there's a couple of them mixed in there as well, just running about the kitchens, getting everything ready for lunchtime. They place down just a row of fried chickens, just like plates of like fried chicken breast, chicken wings, clearly meant to be sent up. You feel like you could abscond at least a little bit of it to make a sandwich if you wanted to.
I will take one entire one.
Make a stealth check if you want no one to see you.
It's like, imagine if I want people to see me. That's a power move.
Do you want people to see you? Because you can roll without stealth. You can go without stealth.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do it without stealth. I'm gonna walk in there like I know what I'm doing, and I'm gonna pick up a whole chicken.
Roll a charisma check for me, please.
All right. This is
Or intimidation.
or intimidation. I'll roll charisma. I don't think
Okay.
Neff is trying to be intimidating just yet.
That's what you think.
It's a nat one.
You walk into the kitchen, Daniel at your side, and you just stroll very confidently up to a tray of fried chicken. Pick it up, and you begin turning around and walking out the door, and you just hear, "Excuse me," and you turn around, you see a
I don't turn around. I keep walking.
wait, hey, and
Keep going.
you just hear, "Stop!" And
Daniel,
all of
run.
a sudden, well,
It's for Loran.
wait, and before we get to that, you begin to run halfway through the you're halfway through the kitchens when she yells out, "Stop! Stop them!" And from either side of you, you hear like a metallic clanking,
Oh no!
and like a rush of wind, as you just hear like ding, 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 as utensils begin to stand up on end, and they begin chasing you out. So I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw to avoid an onslaught of measuring cups
Okay.
heading right for your head.
Oh no! Guys, it's nice knowing you. That's a 6.
6. You take 4 points of damage as it just clungs into the side of your skull, and you just go, "Ugh!" This like welt is kind of like rising on your forehead. Do you keep running?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna have to roll some initiative here, I'm afraid.
Let's go.
You will.
We were gonna get a battle in this sesh. All right,
Yeah.
rolling for initiative. Oh, it's not bad.
Because the other guys are in danger, it's Neff all alone.
What did you roll, Neff?
17.
So did Daniel!
Oh, nice.
Wow!
We're
Sister-
out of there. We're just gonna come back with like beaten up with this like
Utensils.
this thing.
6.
Alright, what do I got?
And then the chef rolled an 11. Bystanders 5. Okay, so we're going to treat this like with initiative order. We're treating this similarly to a chase. So what you're going to do is you're going to describe to me what skill you use to evade your pursuers. There are 3 pursuers. Well, 3 categories of pursuers. The chef, who is 1 person, utensils, which are animated, inanimate objects, and then bystanders, who are people who could be swayed by the chef in order to help her, but essentially could also be swayed by you if you choose to use your skills in that way. Danielle is with you, and her role is essentially going to be to give you help.
Okay.
That's what she's going to take every time on her turn. So, Neff, as I put my battle playlist on, what do you do?
Okay, let me just very quickly think for just a moment.
Go Neff. Somewhere in a different place, she just pauses and goes, "Go Neff."
If I only had more incredibly high level spell slots, but I don't. I have some crazy ideas, but I can't do them because I don't have enough spell slots. But I'm going to attempt to. I'm just gonna. Okay, here's what I kind of want to do. I don't know if I can do this in one turn or not. If there's stairs and there's like corners and stuff and hallways in this place, can I try run around the corner and then do like a charisma saving throw or something to try stealth and hide?
You can't do a charisma check to hide, because that's a stealth check.
Isn't stealth
a dexterity
charisma?
based check, sorry. Nope, it's dexterity.
Okay.
I see what you're trying, and I like what you're putting down, but I'm not going to pick it up.
I'm just throwing out concepts.
Yep. You are still in the kitchens. There's about 15 foot left of the kitchen, and then the doorway, and then there's 15 feet beyond that. You could go in either direction because the corridor is like a T from where you are. So you go left or right. So you can run up to the doorway, and you can choose left or right.
Here's what I want to do. I want to run out of the doorway. It's 15 feet of movement, and then turn left. And then I want to try to backflip over the door to make it look like I ran left out of the kitchen when I'm now on the right side of the door, and they're just gonna run out. They're gonna be chasing me, so they're not even gonna take a second.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I need you to roll me an acrobatics check.
All right.
And Danielle is also going to have to do one at disadvantage because she's going to have to follow along with whatever you're doing, and she has 1 leg. So let's try this.
This is totally fine.
It's possible. It's definitely possible.
This is not a good skill of mine, but
she doesn't backflip. So this is why that's most of the reason why she's getting a disadvantage.
It's either going to work and it's going to be awesome, or we're going to get caught. So, acrobatics, was it?
Okay, she rolled really good. Yes.
Oh, okay, not bad. That's a 17.
17. Okay. Give me a second.
That's about as good as I'm going to roll in this, probably.
Yep. Tiefling. Why won't you? They'll probably have two. Okay. You rolled a 17, Danielle rolled a 16. So both of you do this almost synchronized backflip routine, and I'm going to roll perception checks for the chef. Holy shit, she rolled real bad. Okay. So you rush out the doorway. And as far as you're aware, it's cute. It's cute. As far as you are aware, wait, can we all just... Yay!
The squad. Look at cute little pictures. I actually like this grey. It's very nice. It's pastel-y.
Radio. As you backflip out of the way, you get the impression the chef doesn't see you, at least until now it's her turn. She rushes forward, looks to the left, doesn't see you, turns around. Did you just Did you run any further after you backflipped, or were you just standing on the right side of the door?
I think we were just standing there hoping that they wouldn't notice us.
She'll make a perception check. 18. Hey! And she sees you standing like against the wall of the door. And she is going to just try and grapple one of you. She'll probably grapple you, Neff, considering you have the chicken. Well, can you roll me a acrobatics check? No, an athletics check, please.
Athletics
versus her
check.
strength.
Come in.
Just don't get a natural 1 and you'll be okay.
I make my promises plus my modifiers and -1 in athletics, so.
Cool.
Okay, it's a 14.
Cool, yeah, you managed to jump out of the way. Next up are the utensils. They come whoosh, zooming out after her, out the door of the kitchen, and you see a whisk, some tongs, a couple of silver platters smashing together like cymbals, or like the jaw of an angry mimic. And they're about to descend upon you. So we'll start off with the platters. Not gonna hit you.
Nice.
The tongs. Not gonna hit you. And the whisk. Not gonna hit you.
Haha. Let's go.
They all just fly over your head. Okay, and it's your go again. Oh wait, the bystanders. They are perplexed and have no idea what to do. But based on the fact that the chef, who they know and recognize, is chasing you, they're going to just kind of stop and put out their arms hey, don't go here. Not really putting much effort in. They're very busy. But Neff, it's your go.
Okay. Let me think.
You can do whatever you want to get out of the situation.
Okay.
It's you can describe a course of action and tell me what check you want to make with it.
Well, I can describe to you what I kind of want to do, and then maybe you can tell me how we're going to act this out, if possible, with rolls. If I can even do it. So, I've got a whole chicken. The chef is between us and victory, right? We need to, because we went the other way, we need to go back the way the chef is in order to get back to Loran.
Yep.
I want to take the chicken and just throw it right at the chef in hopes that it's so unexpected and forceful enough that he falls over, then run forward, grab the chicken and run past him as the chef is on the ground.
Okay, you're going to need Danielle's help for this.
Yes.
It's going to be a tag team situation.
Okay.
You can decide...
Say again.
For a sandwich, or did you only manage to get chicken?
I've only got a chicken.
You didn't get bread. So, we'll get into that when we come to it. Okay, so
He's going to love that.
will... Yep. So you need to make me a ranged weapon attack without adding your proficiency bonus, because this is an improvised weapon.
So a raw roll?
Chicken. Yep. So you just roll that and add your dexterity, but no proficiency.
Okay. Yeah, it's a 13.
13? Well, she is the natural armor class, I think, is a 9 or a 10. So regardless, it's going to hit. And it just wins her, and she sort of stumbles back and clutches it against her stomach, and she says, at least I have the chicken. And then as you rush forwards, Danielle is going to try and swipe it from her hands.
Yep.
With a, what would it be?
Sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand check, probably. Oh, a 19!
Danielle! Have you done this before?
Oh, Danielle!
Have you done this before? I think she's done this before.
Stealing strands of hair from Wolster's pillow has finally paid off.
Oh my god.
That's a joke, mostly, probably. I don't know if she'd do
Mostly
that.
probably.
She
It's entirely
probably
serious.
wouldn't.
The fact that she crossed out the main character's name in Necromancer and wrote Brian hundreds of times makes me think that stealing hair is actually not that bad.
She's trying to save you from She's trying to save you in case she needs to reincarnate you. With her necromancy powers. Just Brian. Anyway, so, okay, right. Also, really quickly, Lily and I were talking about necromancy and necromance and Danielle and everything, and we realized it makes lots of sense for Danielle to be a necromancer, but we'll get into that after the game.
Ooh,
okay. Basically, what you see is Danielle just kind of rushes after you, and just as the chef is at last, my chicken, it's just whisked from her hands to Danielle's I'm sorry, but I'm not really that sorry, and she rushes off. And I'm just going to say that with that, you're able to rush off with this plate of chicken into the High Solarian again.
One entire chicken.
One entire chicken.
Oh, yeah.
As you begin to ascend the stairs, Danielle says, do you think Loran will care that there's no bread and this is just fried chicken when he specifically asks for a sandwich.
Well, I'm hoping that the fact that we got an entire chicken makes up for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see how it goes, eh?
Do you have any bread, Daniel?
I've got lots of money. I could go to buy some bread.
I guess that
I don't have lots of money. I lied.
Oh, okay. We could buy bread here. I don't know if we could.
Well, I assume this is a town.
Oh,
I assume they have bakery and like the places where you have to buy things in order to live and stuff.
okay. Let's buy some bread. That's a good idea.
Okay, let's leave. And you go back down the stairs, carrying your plate of chicken, and you're starting to wonder if you're really absconding your duties here.
Go do your job.
Loran needs nourishment.
Alexa has baguette.
Okay, are there any bread
Yeah.
shops nearby or no?
Make an investigation check or an intelligence. You can choose. This is quite the adventure.
I'll do investigation, I guess.
Okay,
I'm only gonna get some bread if there's something like right there. If there's nothing there, then
sure.
that hit like everything, and it rolled. Okay, it rolled on the dice, but it rolled back off of them. So that's a very bad roll. That's it's a 9.
You can do it with advantage because Daniel is helping you.
I'll take the advantage. Daniel, thank you very much for keeping your eyes peeled. Doesn't matter. It was worse. That was a 4 on the second roll. So that's
Cool, so
9.
9.
Yeah.
9. Okay. Just because I think it's really quite fun. No, you don't find any bread, unfortunately.
Okay.
And feeling defeated, carrying some semi-cold chicken, you begin to make your way back through the High Solarian.
Mhm.
And then you hear the plod of feet. A little bit of an uneven gait. And from around the corner, wielding no less than 4 baguettes, you see Alexa. And she's like, "Hi!
Hello.
Hi! You're back! Why have you got so much chicken?
I was trying to make a really big chicken sandwich, but I don't have any
Would
bread.
you like a baguette?
Just like that?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I suddenly had a craving for baguettes, and then I suddenly have a craving for not baguettes.
Oh,
It kind
okay.
of sucks. Now I have all these baguettes, and I don't know what to do with them.
I could trade you. Would you like some chicken?
No, that'll make me be sick.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I'm not a fan
Okay.
of chicken either.
Oh no, I don't think it will agree with me right now.
Okay.
What I need is probably mint cake with gravy sauce.
Okay, I can keep an eye out for you.
She seems incredibly enraptured by the idea of mint cake with gravy sauce.
Okay, well, in exchange for the baguette, then I'm in your service. I will look
Okay,
for
and
I will
she
look for the
passes
mint
you-
cake gravy sauce.
Okay, I'll
Combo.
remember if I need a favor, I will ask you for it.
Be sure to do so.
Okay, I will be unyielding in my ask. Okay, goodbye. And she-
Okay,
Two
goodbye.
things about Alexa. One, we can expect a very weird dinner this evening. And 2, she likes collecting favors for food.
Alright. I'm gonna break the baguette in 2 and hold the entire chicken between it.
Oh my god.
It's so big. Loran will love it. I bet you he's never
Compared to
had.
Brian's gourmet sandwiches.
I bet you
Brian
he's
was like
never-
the most beautiful. Is it bishoku or whatever it's called? The really nice food. No, what's it called? Not B. That's the Japanese for it. B.
Mm.
Michelin star food or something like that.
Oh.
That's what Brian's look like. Unfortunately, Neff, your assembly of the chicken and the baguette halves seems to suggest a neglect or misunderstanding of the fundamentals of what is a sandwich.
I'd like to kind of
Whether
imagine
that's
Neff as a.
intentional.
She's probably more of a raw vegetable eater, so she probably doesn't have much experience with making sandwiches.
Okay, raw vegetable eating Neff walks up with Daniel towards the top of the High Solarian, and you open through the door, and inside you see Loran is beginning to unwind himself from the Chronologica, stumbling back on his feet whilst somebody else takes over from him.
Loran, you need nourishment.
And he looks down and he's like, "Oh my god, I miss my husband." "Yeah, sure, I'll eat it." And he starts
It's
biting
a whole
into the
chicken sandwich.
I can taste the bones.
I know.
They're crunched.
No.
They're nourishing, or so I've heard. Vegetables don't really have bones, but I'm sure they're similar.
Are you a vegetarian, Neff?
I really have only eaten vegetables ever.
Crazy. Would you like to try some chicken?
I'll give it a try, I guess.
She passes you some chicken.
Alright, just from the sandwich.
The sandwich pulls it out. Lorana's like, what?
Rips it as Lorena's
Lorena's like, just pulls it from his hand. Oh my god.
Maybe later. Maybe we should let Loren feast first.
I already have it now.
Okay, let's just give
Never
some
mind.
residence back to Loren.
You have a slither of chicken and Lorena's the rest of the sandwich. He's just like, I'm gonna go, guys.
This tastes really cold and not like a vegetable. I think there's a bone in here. I don't like the way that I can't bite it.
She like takes your jaw on the top of your head and she's like, just go like,
Ah, my teeth! They are also
Keep
made of
trying.
bone. I don't know if this will work that well.
your teeth aren't made of bone enough. That's silly.
I don't know if I like this. Loren, I don't know how you could eat this stuff.
Neff, Neff, no, we need to focus on that one thing that was mad that you just said. You are a cleric, but you just said that teeth were made of bones.
Are they not?
Neff, this isn't your whole thing that you understand the humanoid body in ways that I will never be able to, and that is why you can heal us all?
That's a different kind of bone, I think.
I don't think that it is. In fact, I think that's common knowledge that it's not.
Let's find out if Neff knows. I'm pretty sure they're made of bone.
Oh my god.
When I heal them with magic curing spells, they just kind of get better. I haven't really spent too much time.
Yes,
Thinking
but
about
when you
teeth.
heal, like, flesh wounds with magic spells, the flesh grows back, but the flesh is not bone.
Nah, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Shouldn't you know so?
From experience, that's been mostly true.
Neff, I want you to know that when I lost my leg,
Yes.
it was healed by literally Sarazar, who has very little to no understanding of how magic works.
Mhm.
And basically he just had to kind of improvise. And that I had more confidence in that than I have in you right now as a cleric.
That's okay. I have experience.
Again, my statement still stands, and I'm going to take you now to the library, and we're going to go and read some books about
But healing
anatomy and
word
things
fixes
like that.
everything. I don't need to read about it. It's fine.
I am scared of your new age medicine, of which I know very little.
Healing word.
Just like celestial medicine, like, ooh, that's kind of what it
That's
is.
just like, it just works. You broke a
Picks
thing.
up an arm. This
Healing
is probably just bone. Slaps a healing word on it. Oh,
Kind of
God.
feels like if you had a multiple choice exam and you just like went da, 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 and then they were all right and you were like,
Yeah.
hey, it works. I don't need to know.
Yeah. That's literally-
All of Neff's patients are gonna have strange teeth. Oh, it's fine.
distressed.
They'll be strong. You can chew with vigor.
Daniel takes you towards the library, and
Okay.
you have a very illuminating reading session. And with that, we're going to cut back to Viserys.
Enamel.
'Cause, like, enamel?
I don't
Nani?
understand. I've never heard of this.
Cartilage? Don't you just eat that?
I've heard of carts before. Is that what the ear bones are made out of? And then we
I'm
cut.
concerned.
The ear bones.
Did Def just leave Loran?
I don't think she would have left. Did Daniel?
Loran was also walking away from the Chronologica as though this is his time to go and rest for 4 hours now.
And eat an entire chicken.
But he doesn't have a babysitter.
Okay. So
I think I wouldn't have left for more than just a bit before going to check back on Laura. And also, before I actually leave, can I just really quickly, just in the time that it's passed, just very quickly, the last thing, can I just go back afterwards and medicine check Laurent to see how he's doing? If he's recovered
Sure,
or not.
afterwards you can go and figure it out.
Alright.
Figure all
Just
that out.
skirting corridors, like, Dad, let me check you.
Right, okay, so back in Viseros. Ulster, Slater, and Cass. Serena takes you back up towards her office. Except before you get quite there, you stop at Leander's, and she just knocks that one solid hit, and then opens the door without waiting too long, and escorts you inside there instead. Leander's office is a far cry from Serena's. In fact, if anything, it resembles Sarah's minimalist bedroom more than anything else you've seen from the Dehanes. It's very orderly, quite neat. There is a slight hint of like, perhaps an hour ago it was chaotic and messy, but it's been cleaned up and you have no idea how long it'll stay that way. But who knows? And behind the desk, Leander is waiting with seats prepared for all of you. And it looks as though he was expecting you. And Zarina just like smiles at him and takes a seat on the arm of his chair. And then the rest of you are able to sit wherever you like in front of the desk. And Leander first looks over to Zarina and just says, "Did it go?" And she just says, "Meh. They did pretty well. If I do say so myself." And she looks over to you all. How are we feeling?
Brian
It's
like
important,
reaches
like,
for his flask, realizes
Oh no,
it's
Cass
not
is
there,
literally
drinks back
reaching
up.
into the bag of coldie to bring out a strong zero as well. The two are just like,
Brian doesn't have any anymore. He gave it up with Slia. He's like,
When Slia sees him kind of like trying to reach for something, she just kind of takes his hand and just like kind of squeezes a little bit.
Well, that's fun. We all have coping mechanisms, unhealthy ones, let's leave those behind. But.
did Serena just say that to us about
Yes.
drinking?
Yes.
Cass is like, Cass instead of
Serena.
drinking, just like, what about our boozy brunches? Are you telling me that that's unhealthy?
to be fair, you're drinking for a different
think-
reason.
I think boozy brunches are for fun and nice occasions where we can get absolutely sloshed with little to no consequences. I wonder whether the drinking you're doing now is necessary.
Yeah, it's
That's
been a
all I'm gonna
problem for a
say.
very long time for me. I feel like it's gone too far.
She drinks another sip. She says, "Do you know what? Just this once, I will not stop you. But if I ever see you do that again in my presence, I will do everything in my power to stop you."
Cass is like, damn, my like potential kind of new mother person. I'm like, oh no, Cass is not used to being
Everyone's
mother.
mom is Serena.
I mean, Cass has literally been drawn into, well, she drew herself into the family portraits and has been given some heirlooms. So like Cass is like,
I'm writing myself back into the narrative, or whatever it is.
Cass is like, Cass has never really been mothered before, so she's
Yes.
like,
You have a stepmom you haven't yet met,
yeah, I know. Cass is,
which you could do at any point.
yeah, Cass is avoiding that. She's enjoying getting not fake families, but families of choice.
Families you can choose. The last time you spoke to your dad, it wasn't terrible, I don't think.
Things are getting
You were pretty
better.
well. Yeah, he wrote you a nice letter.
Yeah,
remember
we should
giving it
probably
to you.
try and patch things up.
Yeah, it's been many months.
Yeah.
And many levels. But anyway,
Mm.
Zarina sits back, leaning one elbow on Leander's shoulder, putting her chin on his head, and is just like, "So, do you want to talk about your feelings first, or would you prefer I give you a little bit of information about everything from the trial first? Well, preliminary hearing."
I vote for hearing.
Okay.
Me too.
Anyone else? Okay, great. Well, it happened. That's the start, and it was not without incident, but I believe we've made some good headway in bringing people about to our way of thinking that now that there is no Dural and no one for the Drow vassals to essentially blame, or take as a scapegoat, they are much less willing to immediately deal with Karul. One of the benefits of being Fae in this whole situation, the both of us, is that the Church of Lolth and us here in the Sealy Court live a very extraordinarily long time, and we do not mind things taking exactly that time. So I believe we might have bought ourselves a little more. The Drow vassals are still interested in punishment. Excuse me, the Church of Lolth vassals are still interested in punishment. They are still seeking Drow, and I believe they are looking for him still in the Underdark, which is promising. As far as I'm aware, nobody even knew you went down there, and there is nobody left who would know that you went there, who could inform them otherwise.
There's the head of the sisterhood we fought, but she didn't really see what she thought she saw. Part of it.
Did she see Sly at all?
I think Slia was disguised, but he looks at Slia.
Wasn't Slia with Cass? Were you disguised?
I just spilt water everywhere.
I think Slia was disguised up until we left.
Hang on.
I
just need to go get it. There was a moment when the disguise dropped.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that when she went in with Cass that she wasn't disguised because Brian was wearing the disguise instead.
No, Brian wasn't, because Brian was...
Brian had to be himself.
The disguise was
after when he went back to help with the fight, he was disguised by Geralt.
He was disguised.
Yep. The disguise did drop, which is what I was getting to.
Oh no.
Well, they didn't really know what they saw because they thought they saw Karul as well, and they didn't. So
there was a moment when I wasn't disguised. So.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Very good information. And this person who saw you, when approximately before you were supposed to be released from the drow, or after?
Before.
Before. Good. Okay. Very good. Okay.
There was somebody in my place, so they wouldn't have been able to scry to detect that I wasn't where I was supposed to be.
The scry does link to the soul. And does penetrate disguises. But if they had no reason to scry on you, then I don't see any reason why they would believe you had left.
Slia holds up the pendant that she's still wearing from Neff.
Oh, there you go. Then that's fine. Probably. You know, we have a lot on our plates, a lot to think about. They didn't mention anything, and they're not going to be coming back for a little while until the next hearing. So we have until then to figure out everything we're going to do. That's one thing. We have time. We have time. Don't we? She looks at Leander, and Leander just says, I'm choosing to look past the various loose ends because this is a difficult situation we're in, and to be honest with you, we're never going to be able to do this perfectly, are we? It seems irrelevant to me to focus on every single thing that could go wrong and instead deal with things as they come. If there are things we can prevent, then let's do that. But if there are things that need our attention now, let's do those first. So, for now we have time, considering the drow vassals, the Church of Lolth, have decided to wait and see if they can't capture Jural on their own. We will want you to come to the next hearing.
Oh, so Karul will see us then.
Well, Leander kind of shuffles some papers on his desk and flips through, and he just says, "We intend to present a testimony based on everything you've given us, and perhaps pass a judgment then. I thought you might want to see that. We've decided to keep the court quite closed. That was another thing. People wanted a spectacle, and people still want that. But they're not going to get it anytime soon. That is something we negotiated. So the next trial that takes place, it will be yourselves, anyone who's affiliated with you and has met Karul, so our sons as well, will also be there. Ourselves, anybody else you think might be of use who could provide any more character witness. Obviously, you'd have to tell us beforehand if you think of anyone so that we can vet them. And the Sealy Court, along with vassals from the Church of Loth. Does that sound agreeable to you? We will try and give you a week's notice. See if we can't.
I've heard that before. This probably won't coincide, but I have some other different trials coming up. So if there's any crossover, that would be the only thing that would stop me from coming. And everyone else. But
okay.
Also a week's notice.
All right, understood. Well, you'll find out either way. The trial should take only 24 hours, so it can wait if necessary, or you could come earlier and see if we can't expedite the situation.
Sure.
But I doubt it will coincide.
Emma, the DM.
Yeah, when I heard the weeks though, better not.
I'm erasing myself from the narrative. Hang on, I just need to get my notes up real quick. First, character statements about Karul. Conversation finished. I have a note that just says Leander and Zarina go off, but that we never got to that realm of. Never got to that realm, sadly.
Aw.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe one day. I previously said, Leander says, that this trial could go ahead without every necessary representative here. I think that when I say necessary representatives, there are so many people who have been touched by Karul's web of corruption. We can't possibly account for all of them. But certainly your statement, Ulster, moved the court, I think. It even got the Ventresses thinking a little bit differently than they previously had, which is shocking. But if for whatever reason you can't make it, I can change my stance, and I will do whatever I can to delay the trial so that you can make it. All of you. Besides, it was my idea that we get the drow involved in the first place, so I think if I can make them agree to that, along with Zarina's help, then there's little we can't do. Danes.
Deeds.
Started from the farmlands, and now look where we are. Okay. Now, is there any questions you have for us? Anything we can do for you?
Brian looks between Cass and Slayer to see if they don't want to speak first. But okay. when I was in there, I mean, Cruel is often just trying to get under people's skin, but I've had a feeling a couple of times. I don't know if it's Cruel or just my mind that something might have attached itself to me or even one of you, my friends. I think it might be a good idea to start checking ourselves for any hidden marks or even Alan's eye.
Yeah, probably one of the best people to double check.
Yes, Cass, actually, I was going to suggest you are in a very risky position. Serena leans forward. So all three of you, it's actually very interesting that the three of you specifically all chose to come today, because in my mind, all three of you are, in the kindest way possible, incredibly large liabilities. Don't forget, I love you all like family. But anyway, beyond that, Ulster, I don't think I need to bring up your past, and I don't want to hurt your feelings and make you think about bad things. Cass, you sold your soul to a demon. That's actually entirely on you, so I don't mind bringing that up. You're not necessarily a victim per se, more as you got yourself down a hill and you just kept slipping and slipping and slipping, and now you're lying in the mud. And oh, Slyer, you're so sweet. It's a shame that everything that has happened to you has happened to you. And I really wish that perhaps it didn't, but you're here now. And what I'm trying to say is, if there was anyone they would target, it would probably be you three first. Sly, you have your connection to the Church of Lolth, which it's something you can't really be freed from, I suppose, and I doubt they're done with you. Cass, your connection with Alan. Certainly not finished with you. And Ulster, I think we both know that Cruel has a lot more up his sleeve, and we don't know how entangled into that you are. So I am begging you, all three of you, just proceed with caution and communicate with us as openly as you can. In what you do, in your own plans. And I also want you to know that I trust each of you equivocally. There is no doubt in my heart that you are all with us, and I want you to know that we're all with you. Any prejudices, any maljudgments, any harsh words that we might have said to you in the past, or any judgments that other people might have passed upon to you, I hold none of those in my heart, and I don't think Leander does either. So please be open with us. If there's anything at all, anything, tell me.
Ulster, do you want to maybe... She kind of like looks around like, is this a safe place to like talk?
Sensing that, Leander sort of traces a rune onto the desk, and you get the same sensation as when Loran puts up his sanctum.
Perhaps you'd like to tell them what you saw in Elijah's lab. They might be able to unravel some of the mysteries we don't know.
For the sake of brevity, Ulster describes the entire scene. Okay.
Well, we know where the tome is. Has Elijah ever attempted to read the book? Interface with it in any way?
Yes.
Yes. Do we know how successful that was, if at all?
I know that he's interfaced with it more than once, and, well, I'd say he's living, but it's on borrowed time.
I see. And can I just clarify, you would have told Zarina everything you kind of knew up to date about the tome?
Yeah.
Well, if this book can only be given by a drow, received by anyone, but it has to be given by a drow, then he probably got it through an associate. Did somebody? Well, did Janzia give it to your father, Slayer? Willingly?
I don't know.
Something to ask her. Because if she did, then it's fairly likely that Odyssey trusted Elijah with the secrets of that book. And if he read it, of course, that's a betrayal of that trust, but we don't know yet whether that is exactly what happened.
I know that she trusted Odyssey. And I know that Odyssey trusted Elijah, and I definitely think that Elijah betrayed him. I just don't know what to what extent.
If you read what was inside the book, it's safe to say that he needed or wanted information from it. Information to further his work. But what was he working on is the question, I suppose. If there's anybody who had a close interaction with him, who might know anything at all, then perhaps it's worth asking them what his intentions were. And perhaps wondering whether what he wanted and what Karul was trying to achieve aligned. Because if Karul was using him, then it's safe to say that Elijah's work would have helped him achieve what he wants.
We think that that his son, Elijah's son, Ender, was a follower of Tiamat. Elijah was also a follower. Karul's a follower of Balan. Lolth is an evil deity. It might be suggested that Elijah is. I know we've kind of suggested this before, but Elijah might be trying to open up avenues for those deities to come through, maybe in his lab.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There's a lot to unpack there. I believe you mentioned that Loran was already possessed by Karul in a way once.
Yeah.
Take this information back to him, because if I know my son, then that is something that would have been on his mind often, and probably something he has theories about. Take this information back to him, and perhaps we can figure something out together. What they were planning.
Speaking of possession, before we leave, Serena, I mean this with the least amount of disrespect ever, but I feel like you might also be a target for possession. So, if possible, could whilst we're in here, could we all check each other with whatever magics we have? Because now I'm paranoid. Because Karul said he could crush my neck from behind, and I don't want him to do that to any of you. So
I wondered whether that might have been a bit more metaphorical, as in to say we
I
had.
don't know.
Okay, let's check then. All right. What do you suggest? Detect evil and good?
Does anyone else have any magics? I mean, I can just he like pulls his shirt down to expose the back of his neck and along there. You can just look as well.
Zarina just pulls your hair aside. There's nothing there. She casts True Sight. Nothing. Except, pulls the collar back up.
Brian sniffs. Okay, I can check you now, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Pulls the hair aside.
Brian checks.
Okay. There's nothing there. Except. Anyway. Nope, there's nothing. No signs from Milan, nothing like that. And you can check each person. And you guys are free from any marks. After which point, Zarina makes a show of detecting evil and good. Are any of you evil? Now's the time.
Kind of might be, I don't know.
She's like, I'm sensing a lot of morally grey, but no evil.
Yeah,
that's
Cass
really-
is evil. She's chaotic. I think she's chaotic good. Chaotic neutral. I don't know.
If things had turned out differently.
If things had turned out differently, I feel like I would be a really good, powerful, evil villain mage. Could have had a really cool tower, and that would have been cool. And then Leander could have been like my henchman, and Leander just rolls his eyes, and then we could have been a nice, like a dark and mysterious family who prowl the lands.
That's a very positive outlook.
Well,
I've seen what I look like as an evil villain, and it's not fun. It makes me cry every time I see Sarasa now.
To be fair, if I'd
what?
gone more evil, my life would be better.
Why would you cry when you saw Sarasa?
Oh, whoops. Brian literally like tears up, and he's like, "I don't. Can we talk about it another time? It was not fun."
Zarina and Leander look at each other. Okay, but remember, you said you talked to us, so is Sarasa okay?
Sarasa is perfectly fine, and I love him dearly, and I need to make him another cactus.
You are a strange boy.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
While Zarina has the True Sight up, can she does she see anything when she looks at Slea's palm?
Okay, you will show her your palm. She looks at it. It's like a moonlit sky. Only the stars are red and green. Does that help?
Interesting. Thank you.
Well, that sounds positive.
And she drops.
I much doubt that the ash in Elijah's lab was. At least there's that.
Well, regardless, we'll let you know before the trial is due to begin. Tell us as much as you can of what to expect, and we'll see if we can't get him this time. I think we can. And as soon as we do, brunch, and she points to you, Cass, brunch is back on.
Definitely.
And you'll be coming back to live with us in the Feywild?
If I'm still allowed.
Of course you are. I'm so bored at home.
Oh, well, I can't wait. I'm very excited.
Yes. No, I need more. Gosh, I need more company.
Still got to go to the elemental plane of water.
That'll be a fun day. It'll be like a water park.
Maybe we can bring Sarasa. He wanted to go on a holiday.
Although Sarah's idea of holidays is like going somewhere very isolated and staring out into distance for extended periods
I
of
think
time.
I can convince Sarah. We've had some chats recently. I think I could get him to come to the water park.
Sarah's
Okay.
can be quite fun.
A beach episode then.
Yeah.
All right. And Leander just says, of course, after we've sorted out all of the paperwork we have to do here, and Zarina just like flicks him on the side of the head. We can ignore paperwork. Just this once.
All right.
So brunches and water parks, he points to you, will stare, and not getting hunted down by churches and cults.
Yes.
Do you
What
want to
about
come
a
to the water
spa
parks,
day?
Leah?
What about a spa day?
Sounds nice.
We can invite. Oh, it can be a nice family retreat. We just invite everybody we know and all of their family members who we like.
Speaking of family, I didn't get to tell y'all, but my wife's pregnant.
Oh my goodness! I'm very happy for you. Oh
Very
my
happy for you.
God. She goes around the chair and she gives you a hug. And she just kind of like hugs and then she starts sagging and just like latches on and it's just like, it's a wild ride, Slayer. It truly is. But you'll be able to do it. Much like a slide at a water park. Anyway.
I think Brian and Cass are just like looking at Sia like, we could have had children, but it's fine. It's fine.
So over here, just like I can't go spend time with her right now, but like it's
That's
a thing.
fine. Don't worry, Cass was already planning on bringing Keon to the water park. She just didn't say it out loud, but
Say it out loud. Keon's going to the water park.
Or at least
Okay.
maybe she thought she said it in her head. Maybe she said it out loud. Who knows?
Right. So after that, Zarina takes a seat again, and she just says, "Well, Leander and I are going to discuss plans for everything. Take your time. If you need anything, just knock. It might be a little bit busy, but we'll make time for you. But thank you for coming. Don't dwell on this too much. Think on the good."
Oh, and keep an eye on the Venthras people.
They are lurking, by the way. So
Mhm.
be careful on your way out, unless you want to say something to them.
I cannot promise I will not say something, but I'm working on my magical self-control, and I think I can hold off on turning someone into a slug. You know, I turned around into a snail recently, and he really didn't like that. So I'm going more.
Oh gosh, yeah,
Not just Loran.
I also turned Cass into the hermit crab.
Oh no,
And a
Loran would have
snail.
hated that. Was it at least in private?
No. To any of it.
I make mistakes. I'm learning as I go. I'm trying to keep on top of them.
Well, if you need to polymorph someone so that you don't accidentally do something that someone might regret, you can always polymorph me. That's fine.
I polymorphed myself into a snail.
I
right
was
after
about to
this.
say you should have polymorphed yourself too. That's
did.
fun. Okay. Feels like the
Commit to
damage was
snail
done, but hey,
suicide.
it's fine.
Yeah.
It probably would have been funny.
I'll turn him into a peacock next time.
He would have loved that. Oh my goodness. Could you imagine? Gosh. Peacock is probably better for him. Right. Okay, leave now. I love you all, but go.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Love you, Zarina. And Leander.
He just nods, catches your All right, and you guys make your way outside, and you're able to do whatever it is you wish to do.
Tavern? Briefly.
Mhm.
Anyone?
The Drunken Druid is just next door. You know that much.
Yeah, Cass is like, yes.
Just for one drink. I will only have one drink.
Cass is already one
promise.
drink down. Cass is making no promises about any level of drink, but it does take a lot for her to get absolutely wasted. So
Brian puts both hands on Cass's back. He's like, we'll limit it to like, what, 5 or 6? I think that's probably...
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's about when I start getting tipsy. So
Okay. You guys make your way down the stairs and heading gun ho for the Drunken Druid Tavern. Ulster.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you're walking out, you notice it looks to be just after lunchtime. So plenty of people are making their way back into the halls of the Sealy Court, and one of them, well, more than one of them, you actually recognize.
Is it the slug?
It's the slug. You see the slug, Talia Ventress, and her father, Cortan,
Big slug.
and a man you don't recognize, but who strikes you as oddly reminiscent. He's medium height, black hair, kind of swept back a bit, a sort of chin strap beard, and fairly broad-shouldered, green eyes, and you don't recognize this person.
Family
But he hasn't.
resemblance?
Probably, yeah, something along those lines. Reminiscent, actually, of
Talia's not allowed to have gay dads. She's not cool enough.
no.
Sorry, Talia.
What the fuck? No, not like that at all. Not like that at all. Actually, reminiscent a little bit in styling, in his hair and his hairstyle and facial hair of Loran's almost.
What?
Doesn't know if there's any family relationship.
Oh, how old is he? How old is he? That's the right question to be asking.
Wait, what?
How old is he?
He's elven, so he looks to be similar to her in age.
Can I insight check their relationship?
Yeah, sure. Roll an insight check. I thought you were for a second. I thought you were like, oh my gosh, it's Loran's long lost son. I was like, no, not like this. No, no. You see, both of them are wearing wedding bands.
That's her husband. Poor man. Does he look defeated in soul and body?
He looks like the arch premier. Yes. So exactly what you'd expect. As the ruler of any city / region of this much stress and strife.
I think since this is the first time since Brian's seen Talia, since Loran laid all that on him, he's just overcome by a wave of like disgust, and his face goes from like socially awkward uwu to just like.
I think Cass would notice that. See the direct line of sight and just be like, and mentally adds to kill list.
Yeah, his jaw is so tight. He's like.
As they walk through, Cortan actually nods at you first, Ulster. And Talia stops. And she gives you a look like, why the strange face? And starts walking away.
Are they surrounded by a lot of people?
Soon, Brian.
3 or 4 sort of like attendees or assistants who are sort of just a little bit of a ways away behind them. Main family unit's just.
I think Brian takes a deep breath. He hates us so much. It's like I think it's obvious in his eyes, but he is working to control his face. Mm-hmm. He's like, "You have no right to comment on my face," and walks ahead with Cass and Sleer.
You know that she's close enough to hear. And she stops and turns towards you, but you're already walking away.
He's not running away, but he is walking.
Mm-hmm. Someone's stroppy.
Does Cass hear that?
I want to punch her in the face.
Shit! What?
No, he doesn't. No, he just.
That would be funny.
No, this is a bitch that abused his husband. He's not gonna.
Oh God, Cass heard that, and she's not.
Yeah. Slea's expression is now matching Brian's.
She's stopped.
I think Brian looks back at her, and he just tries to relax. He's look up and down. He says, "My husband deserved far better than you and your ugly little heart."
Ouch. Turns around. I don't have time for you. Starts to walk.
I would stop to waste my tongue and make you truly my enemy, but you aren't even worth these few words. And he continues down the stairs.
Oh my god, that burns. You
Do
hear
you want to
Cass is
fight,
just-
Talia?
I feel like Cass is just going to do a general intimidation check. Like, if you
Sure,
say anything
yeah.
else to
Mhm.
Brian that's like negative, like I want to be like, don't even utter any words.
with
That's the type
Slayer's
of-
face and that last word from Ulster, I'm going to give you advantage.
I think it's also obvious on Brian's face. He knows what she
Yeah.
did. Before, he was trying to
20
maintain some decorum, but
27 is my intimidation.
Mm-hmm. She takes a step back, kind of a few steps, still facing the three of you, and like almost turning as far as she can without looking away before she absolutely has to. She just kind of scatters off after her father.
I had more, but that was enough.
That was enough.
Yeah,
Like a
Cass
whole
just-
paragraph of things he could
Cass-
say.
Cass honestly just didn't want her to say anything else to Brian, because if she said anything else bad, Cass would like spell her or like hurt her. So she was like, you have to stop talking or your life
have
is in
to
danger.
run.
You need to go now.
He would have also nodded at Cortan, but nothing. He has no respect for that family.
Makes sense. Obviously, it makes sense. So, you guys continue making your way out of the Sealy Court towards the station.
No, we're going to the Drunken
Oh, the
Druid for one
tavern.
drink.
Sorry, the Drunken Druid, yeah. And you guys settle into the Drunken Druid for a short reprieve before heading back to the material plane. And I think we'll stop there for this evening. Good job, boys. Good job, boys.
Ooh, the iceberg. The iceberg.
We hate Talia. Did. We
It's true.
hate her so much. We got some real.
Would you believe me if I told you it got like 7 times worse at the end of what Brian could have said to her?
I wanna know.
100%.
I wanna
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I like that the first bit scared her off, and then Cass and Brian scared her off, and just the first bit I was like, it could get worse. Come on.
Yeah, Cass is sad that she didn't let Brian get all her anger out, but she also wants that battle to be like a proper event and like not give her the satisfaction. And also, Cass was about to level some serious spells her way, so she just needed to let it. And Cass knew that was probably not the best thing to do in the CD court.
And you guys don't even know all the things she did, do you? Because
No, that was
Yeah.
We don't know,
because
but we just
that
know
was
that it
literally her
upset
just
Brian,
being-
and
and
That's
then she was
enough. That's
rude
all
to
we need to
Brian.
know.
And then she
Yeah.
said about the husband thing. So then Cass was like, "I will kill you."
I will.
Even if she just
touch
insulted
Lorraine, I'll kill
Brian.
you.
No, it's not about Loran. It's a little bit of Loran, but it's more that she was rude to Brian. And then there was the stuff about
Brian's
Loran.
all around.
So like yes. But
When people
Cass is-
say they'll look out for Brian and Loran, and it's just like Cass is there, guns blazing. I am actually CEO of the company. Like,
like someone even like looks at them wrong and she's like, no.
fireballs. It doesn't matter if I'm in the middle of like the seat of power of a really important place. I will.
Yeah,
destroy
that's why she needed to leave, because she could like feel Serena like somewhere up there being like, don't you do it.
Don't do it.
If you're gonna do it, we want to be there to watch.
Yeah, we at least have to have Loran and his fam there.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
challenge
gosh!
her to an Agni
Full on
Kai.
roasting where you guys take turns fireballing each other. Oh my god, fireballing her. Sorry. Oh my god, amazing stuff. All right, gang, that's all for this one. So send. Oh, I'm probably not going to do it because my throat hurts from all of the water and the
OMG.
coffee and the. Okay, but thank you everyone who watched. Next week, 9:15 UK time, 3:15 AM Texas time, 5 5:15 p.m. Japan time and 6:15 p.m. Australia time, and then we'll be back. Yeah.
I'm gonna say you're more dedicated for the time zones than me because I usually just go, "We're gonna be back the same time. Be here."
Yeah. I just know them by heart now. I don't want to forget, so
Yeah.
might as well say it.
Lots of love, everybody.
All right. Bye.